Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to YouTube. It's been a while, YouTube. Glad to see you. Yeah, in an effort to grow my channel, I'm gonna start streaming on YouTube every now and then. I don't think it's gonna be the only place I stream, at least for now, but we'll see. I mean, we'll see. Because if you know anything about Coding Garden, you know that I used to stream on both YouTube and Twitch before I was a Twitch affiliate, and my channel was growing quite a bit back then. But it has since stopped growing. Most of my YouTube videos, 90% of the viewers are already subscribed. So, um, in one of the reasons I used to stream on YouTube is the YouTube algorithm would recommend my stream to people that don't normally watch live coding or live streams. And so that's what I'm trying to do again. I don't know. Yeah, a lot of people found me on my YouTube stream. I don't know. I'm going to do my best. Will this bot be on the archive channel? I don't know. I think I'm going to leave it on this channel. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But for those of you that are wondering, like, why am I not streaming on both Twitch and YouTube at the same time? If you check out this article, there's a section here called Can I Stream Simultaneously on Other Platforms or Services, also known as simulcasting. And Twitch does not allow simulcasting on web-based Twitch-like services that support streaming for extended periods of time, such as YouTube and Facebook. So according to my partner contract, I cannot stream on both YouTube and Twitch at the same time. The same content. I cannot simulcast the same content. So, that's why I'm not live on Twitch right now. And then you might have wondered, why did I switch to Twitch to begin with? In the frequently asked questions, I talk about all the cool features that Twitch has. But the thing is, YouTube is slowly getting better. They're slowly adding features and stuff like that. And yeah, I mean, it used to be, yeah, I could make more money on Twitch because more people sub, but now YouTube has YouTube memberships and super thanks and all that kind of stuff. So, I honestly might just switch to YouTube for the discoverability. And the thing is, I need to use a platform. I can't just create my own because of the discoverability. No, that partner policy has been there for a very long time. Any partner that is cross-streaming to both Twitch and YouTube potentially has a custom contract with Twitch that allows them to do so. So yeah. So that's what I was thinking. So today, my plan today is to learn Next.js beta, Next.js beta, the new app directory. My plan is to learn this, and if you saw a while back on the Coding Garden, it is literally the most popular live stream I ever did over on YouTube. I built a full stack travel log with React, Node, Express, and Mongo and Mapbox. So we are going to be recreating this with Next.js. The plan is to recreate this with Next.js, but I got to learn it first. So today is going to be somewhat casual in that I don't know what I'm doing. I'm going to figure it out. And then once I've built this thing and figured it out, I'll do another stream where I kind of do it as a tutorial. So yeah, a lot of people found my channel from that one video. I'll link it. The thing is, like, it's still somewhat relevant, even though it's like 3 years old at this point. The only difference is not everyone chooses to build an API, a standalone API these days. So you can check it out over there. Yeah. What happened to my hair? It's just under my hat. The thing is, like, styling it is not easy. Like sometimes I put product in it and I can do like that. Once it gets long enough, then I can put it in a bun. For now, I wear this hat, and it seems fine. It's really live, Salahuddin. Welcome in. Okay, what are we doing? Yeah, so I told you what we're going to do. We're going to try to build a full stack travelogue. So essentially an app that allows someone to add all of the places that they've been to so that you can see them on a map. So I can add the places I've traveled, the places I've lived, all of that good stuff. And that's going to show up on a map. All of that data is going to be stored in a Mongo database, and it's going to be rendered out with Next and React onto a Mapbox map. That is the plan. That's the plan for today. But here's the thing. You can see over on YouTube, or in the YouTube chats, it has people's full names. And you might have known, or you might know, that YouTube has released handles. And I kind of want to show handles in the overlay. So it's like, okay, do we just start working on the app, or do I research the YouTube API a little bit and see if it's actually possible to get the YouTube handles into the overlay? Does anybody even care about that? Work on the app? Yeah, like Paolo. I mean, technically they've kind of doxed themselves because now we know Shulman's name is Paolo, but I don't know. Yeah, so Johnny, I think I saw your chat earlier. Can you help me get the current path name in an SSR page without using middleware? Using the beta app directory. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see once we get into it. I don't even know if I'm going to need to do this, but if you can remind me, once I have my app up and going, and I'm in a file where I might need to do something like this, if you remind me, I can give it a try. Just work on the app? All right, we're just going to work on the app then. Let's do it. Yeah, but I at some point I might actually switch to only streaming on YouTube, just because again of the discoverability. Like, there are millions, if not billions, of more people over on YouTube compared to Twitch, and so more people can find me if I yeah. But it's a dilemma, Terawatt. It's like, if I want to keep growing. The thing is, like, I'm growing on Twitch, but what is that actually doing for me? I have like roughly 300 people that are guaranteed supporters. Like, they'll follow me anywhere and they'll support me. But just because I have a bunch of followers and a bunch of viewers on Twitch, I'm not actually making any money. I need people to and I guess I get more ad revenue on YouTube. I don't know. I could do a whole stream just talking about the merits of each. But let's get into it. So let's do it. Do coders go to YouTube to watch live content? That's the thing, is like, when I was doing it 3 years ago, I was one of the only ones. There were a few. I mean, I basically got inspired by the coding train. He was the only person I knew on YouTube streaming code. And then I eventually found some others. There are people doing like Swift, like iOS development and a few other things. But yeah. Okay, let's write some code. No worries, Shulman. Yeah, and if you didn't notice, if you do actually want to go chat on Twitch, it will show up in the overlay. If somebody wants to put a code pen together that embeds this stream with the Twitch chat next to it, feel free. That's a coding challenge I'm issuing to you, is embed the YouTube live stream with the Twitch chat on the right. Yeah, okay. I appreciate that, Strife. I mean, I'm doing my best. I will say though, there's a lot of people on Twitch that are really good at live coding and stuff. Are we going to use Tailwind? Probably. We're probably going to use DaisyUI. So indirectly, we will use Tailwind. All right, let's. So this is a feature I never added to my new overlay, but it makes it so that I can highlight a chat and then like the chat can keep scrolling. I need to add it to my new overlay. Because this is cool for like if I'm answering a question or something like that. All right, let's get into it. So if you're not familiar, Next.js is a meta framework for React. It's a full stack framework. It does things like server-side rendering, static site generation. It does lots of cool things. And if you're newer to React, you might have heard, oh, you should just start with Next.js instead of like create React app or something like that. Sure, that's fine. But Next.js 13 in the app directory introduced some newer features. So they introduce server components, streaming, data fetching, and more. I think of all of these features, of the main things I'm going to actually be using are probably the new ways of fetching data. Let's take a quick stretch. Yeah, and I mean that's an example of another really good like live coder and live streamer on Twitch is Learn with Jason. But yeah, I mean I do a similar thing in that I have an archive channel. A lot of people don't know about my archive channel. I appreciate that, Saladin. I'll have to look at it later. Yeah, I mean, server components, it's all like really interesting stuff, but you also have to think about like, when do you actually need that? And for the app that we're building, the home page, like the entire app is inside of a map. And you would not server, I mean, you could server render a map, but I feel like it's more trouble than it's worth anyways, because the app that we're building, the user needs to have JavaScript. We could potentially try to find a map library that doesn't need JavaScript, but how would you even do that? You could, I guess you could figure it out. But the thing is, the app that we're building right now has a lot of JavaScript. So we're going to use Next, but for the most part, we're still just going to be, it's going to be a lot of front end stuff, I think anyways. And I guess this is also going to be an example of how I learn things. I don't care. I don't care about this. This is all way too much. Here's what I want to do. I want to create a Next app, and I just want to start diving in. And from there, I want to use what I already know about Next and React, and then learn on demand. So if there's something that I can't figure out or that I don't know, then I'll go back to the docs. So this is the command it tells me to run. However, I want TypeScript. So does this get generated with TypeScript? It doesn't look like it does. It has JS here. Is there a way to do the app directory with TypeScript? Okay, here it goes. Create next app now ships with TypeScript by default. So great. So I can just run this command and we're going to get TypeScript by default. So let's make a directory. Well, will the command create a directory? If I provide a directory name. All right, let's do it. So I have the command here, and then I want a directory called travel. We're going to call it next travel log. Here we go. What I like? Oh, here we go. So it asked me. That's nice. I think the fact that maybe my window isn't large enough. There we go. Would you like to use TypeScript with this project? Yes, please. Would you like to use eslint? Yes. Here's the thing. The last time I generated Next app, it did not ask me these questions. So that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool that it's asking me these questions. Now it's asking me, do I want to use the source directory? I actually don't know what that means. Does it have to do with the app directory? Let's look it up. Let's look into it. Yeah, T3 stack seems fine. It's a lot more than what I'm gonna need for this app. But T3 stack seems like it has some sensible defaults. But we're not even gonna need TRPC for this app. We're gonna literally have 2 routes. Give me all the points on the map and create a new point on the map. And Revolt, thank you for that Prime resub. Use the source directory. It makes it more organized. That's what I thought. That's what I thought because a regular Next.js app just puts everything at the root. So if I use the source directory, will I still get the app directory? I guess because I did experimental app, I'm going to get that. All right, I'm going to choose source directory. I like organization. What import alias would you like configured? Oh. The @ makes sense, right? You can use source with or without the app directory. Good to know. So this is how you can import things in your project without doing relative imports like .. .. Also, this is modern art. Look at this. Would you like to use TypeScript? Would you like to use TypeScript? I'm trying to think. What do we do in our SvelteKit app? It is @ isn't it? @ is alias to the source directory, like source lib. No, it's $lib, isn't it? Yeah. Well, I am in my projects. I am used to @ in like Vue projects. I think we'll do @ / components. So yeah, SvelteKit does $lib. Cool. So we'll do @. Import alias must follow a pattern. So @/*. Beautiful. Already, I'm impressed with Next.js 13 because when you generate a Next app, I'm pretty sure it doesn't ask you any of these questions. Maybe it does. Maybe I'm not familiar with. Honestly, I kind of want to see it. Let me generate a Next app with the old CLI just so I can compare. Because I'm curious. Next old example. Oh, it is asking me though. Oh, but it's asking TypeScript. I don't know what's wrong with I don't know what's wrong, but if I press left and right, it just like reprints the line. Would you like to use TypeScript? Yeah. Oh, I see. They changed the CLI completely, and now you can actually it asks you the question, would you like to use the experimental app directory? Oh. Well, I'm copying it from the new docs. Well, I mean the old docs. So these are not the beta docs. This is create next app latest. Seems new. Okay, I'm not even. I guess I'm not going to worry about it as much. But let's see what code we got generated just now. Name is the same. The version is different. Oh. Okay. Well, this is our app. We have a source directory, which I do like. I didn't like that about Next.js and a lot of the other meta frameworks that just put everything at the root. I like having everything within source directory because then it makes it really easy to have like lint commands that only target a specific directory and stuff like that. So that's cool. We've got an API endpoint. We've got our layout. Our head, where we can set the title and stuff like that. And then the home page. Cool. We have a few scripts, dev, build, start, and lint. Let's start it up. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Looks nice. That's awesome. So we've got ourselves a next app. This workspace contains a TypeScript version. Would you like to use the workspace TypeScript version? Yeah, please. That is pretty. I mean, that's a pretty nice default landing page. I guess it comes with a bunch of built-in CSS. Yeah, look at all these CSS variables and stuff like that. And then it's using CSS modules. So on the page, yeah, it's importing. It's doing CSS modules by default, which is pretty cool. I like that. NPX next telemetry disabled. Let's do it. Let's disable the telemetry. I think it tells us to do that. You can learn more, including how to opt out, by going here. How do I opt out? This one. You have opted out from Next.js anonymous telemetry program. No data will be collected from your machine. Nice. Thank you for testing the app directory. So I guess that's the other thing about what we're doing here is it is it's in beta. It's in beta. It's things are subject to change, but I think that's okay because this is the future. The future. So we're figuring out the future. All right. What now? What now? I think if I'm gonna go and look at the full stack travel log that I built 3 years ago, and we're gonna look at its to-do list, and I'm just gonna start trying to make things happen within it. So like this to-do list here. Let's look at it. Beta. As someone new to Next.js, would you recommend starting with the new app directory or latest stable stuff? I would say probably the latest stable, because if you get a job working in Next, it's probably not going to be migrated to the app directory yet. I think I was reading somewhere that you can actually mix the app directory with the old, so like you can gradually convert. I don't know. I do not prefer MongoDB over Postgres. This app is super simple. It literally has one collection of places, so there's no serious relations in it. So I'm gonna use MongoDB for it. Copy paste all the way. All right, so let's make a to-do, and we'll make a plan for how we're gonna get through this. I mean, honestly, I think one of the first things we'll do is set up the linter with the Airbnb config, because that's pretty on brand. It's what I like to do. But it should be easy because we've done it before. Yeah. You can gradually implement the app because you have the old pages directory as well. Yeah. So you'll see people gradually converting, but it changes the way you do data fetching. Like there is no, if you're familiar with Next.js, I think that's one of the main things is there is no longer get server-side props in the new app directory. Yeah, so get server-side props, get static props, get initial props. These do not exist in the app directory. And you have to decide how you want to do it. Do you want to fetch data on the server? And Terawatt, thank you for the 7 months. Fetch data on the server, fetch data in parallel, fetch data where it is used, or use loading UI, streaming, and suspense. So when we start to try and get some data, we're going to have to read this and figure out what it actually means. You're giving me money on YouTube. Oh, thank you, Paolo. I appreciate that. You didn't have to do that, but I do appreciate it. Thanks for being a wallflower. All right. Now, we have installed the dependencies and everything else. We don't have to do any sort of not found. We'll set up our connection to MongoDB. And then we'll have a way to create a travel log. I don't think I'll need, so I'm like I said, what we're doing is super simple. So there's no relations. We can just use the MongoDB native driver. That's a lot of money, Kristen. Thank you for the $20, Kristen. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. And what's up, Codex? Yeah, we're trying it. We're trying it out today. But look at this. I've already made more money on YouTube than I have on Twitch in the past week. So, ultimately, I want to get MongoDB set up so we can start learning about data fetching, because we could mock this with like some mock data or like a mock API. But I actually want to get the database set up so that way we can truly be pulling data from the database. So I think we will do that next, but let's get eslint set up with my preferred Airbnb config, which is going to be pretty simple because we've done it before. So if you tuned in like a month ago to my choosing a full stack framework series, we did actually try Next.js, and we set up eslint with the Airbnb config. And welcome in, Enzo. Glad to have you. I'm doing it all for the money. Come on. Okay. What do I want to do? I want to look at what I changed here. So, I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to copy this over. I think I should be able to explain what actually is happening here. So you can see before, it was just extending Next Core Web Vitals. And so eslint is the thing that tells us, that lints our code. So for example, in here, let's see if eslint even, yeah, see, that's the thing. Like eslint is not even complaining about like weird formatting and weird new lines. Like I want to see little red squigglies in my editor if this is not formatted correctly. You can add more rules for that, but some of the base rules that I like are from the eslint Airbnb config. So I'm going to rename this file to .cjs. That's common.js, and then we can do a module.export. So we're still going to extend from Next Core Web Vitals, but we're also going to extend from Airbnb and Prettier. So we need to install those. Let's look and see what our dependencies would be for those. We need all of these, everything here. Well, the eldest part of copying code between projects, yeah. Well, how am I gonna do that? I think what I had before was better, than I can just remove the double quotes. So I want to select all of these like that. Okay, I did it. But I want to install those as dev dependencies now in my app here. So I'm going to do an npmi-d with all of these. With spaces between them. So I need eslint config Airbnb base. I need eslint config Airbnb TypeScript. I need eslint config prettier, eslint plugin import, and eslint plugin prettier. So I need all of these dependencies as dev dependencies so that my linter can be set up. And TJ Mr. P, welcome in. Did I tell you a joke? No. The thing is, I don't try to be funny. If I'm funny, it's a happy accident. Because when I try to be funny, it'll come off as more so as like cringe, I think. So one thing I need to do is I need to tell TypeScript about this CJS file. And Shaman, thank you for the resub. You subbed in both places. Thank you. Yeah, so eslint was already included, but it only had this, which is like the base linting rules. I also wanted these rules, the Airbnb rules and then the prettier rules to combine the two together. Wait, do we even have a prettier config? We don't. I need to install prettier as well. Update a Redux course using functional components. The thing is, not a lot of people are using Redux these days. So I probably won't do that. But what I do need to do is I need to tell TypeScript that it is allowed to look at .star.cjs files. It is allowed to look at those. And then once I do that, it should not have an error with this file. There we go. So now you can see that prettier is saying use double quotes, and I don't want to do that. So I do need a prettier RC, which is going to have all of the settings that I do like this. So trailing comma, tab width 2, use semicolons, and use single quotes. So if I go in and add a prettier rc.cjs and throw that in here and save it. Oh, we're using the app directory, so we already generated it, and we get it there. So yeah. What about editor config codecs? The editor config can have these settings as well. Is that really the case? All right, so now if I reload the window again, now prettier and eslint should be working together. Great, so it's not complaining about this file, but what it should complain about is this. And it is complaining because look, it's saying it's it's declared but never used. Also, you should put this on a new line. Also, that should be on a new line. So check this out. If I do eslint fix all auto fixable problems, beautiful. Eslint has now formatted it. And I like the fact that you see a little red squiggly because if you're newer to the code base or you're newer to this code style, that red squiggly is going to tell you, hey, something's wrong. You should probably fix that. And then you can learn about the code style that way. So that's set up, and that was easy. So great work, everybody. Easy. Let's set up the database. Now, in a YouTube video I did probably like a few months ago, YouTube will tell us. We are eslint experts. Hire me for your next eslint gig. I'll solve your eslint problems for money. 5 months ago, apparently, we built a CRUD API with Express. Should we commit it? Yeah, why not? Why the heck not? Great, good call, Dev. Let's do it. Here's the thing: it got generated with a default Git directory. I'm gonna remove it. I mean, yeah. Well, yeah. So if I do git log, then we have initial commit. I want all of this to be my initial commit. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to completely remove the Git directory and then do a new Git init and change the default branch name to main because that's going to match GitHub. And then now, let's see. But here's the thing. Before I commit, I actually want to remove all of the extra stuff that I'm not going to be using. So I'm not really ready for that commit yet. But let's go ahead and remove all the extra stuff. So here are a bunch of SVGs that I do not want. Let's delete them. Great. We have global styles. Oh, it's using Tailwind by default? Wait, am I? No, wait. I'm in the wrong directory. I'm in the wrong directory, aren't I? I think I'm in the wrong folder. I was in the wrong app. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, okay, I was in the wrong app. But there are some SVGs that I want to get rid of. I want to get rid of these. And then in my CSS globals, I don't want anything. I don't want anything except for maybe this and this. Here we go. So this is our global CSS, a super basic reset, and then a basic style on the body. Let's set the head here. And then also you can see there's some linter errors because in this case, semicolons are missing, so I can run my linter. So this is going to be travel log. Great. Meta. Keep track of all the places you have been. Cool. So that's our head. Our layout. We'll run the linter on this. Looks good to me. Travelog is going to be a list of places. That's the list, the type of list this is going to be. Yeah, here's a bunch of styles we're just going to rip out for the page. And then on the page itself, we'll run the linter and then get rid of the styles. No, this app is going to be done today. That's the difference between this and Fresh Spots is we will literally be done with this app within the next 3 hours. Okay, yeah, so we'll pull the styles in, but we'll just have an empty class there. So that way that will reference it. And then all of this goes away. But it is interesting that it's using this image component from next image. We'll have to look at that later. And then Next also has this local font loading, so you don't have to load them from Google Fonts. Where is that even used? Oh, it's right here. And then where is that used? I see. So they specifically have the class that represents that font, and they're putting it on the element. I don't care about any of that. So all I want is this with a little h1 that says hello world. And then we won't do that. We'll get rid of that. We'll get rid of that. Beautiful. Beautiful. Prepare for TS expector? No, we'll do it with TypeScript, and it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be just fine. Oh, 3000. That's what I want to see. So it's just a basic hello world. We've ripped out all the extra stuff, and that's fine because we will have an API route for like calling our database. Seems good. Let's update the README though. Full stack travel log with Next.js 13 beta. That's all I want. If I want to use async server components, I mean, I don't know if I'm even going to though. I don't know if I'm going to. Excuse me. I don't think I need styled components, but I potentially do like the idea of CSS modules. So these are CSS modules. You define a class, and then you can reference that class in here. And so what's cool about this? Oh, I guess that's not cool because that goes to the wrong thing. But one of the reasons I like CSS modules is that like you get editor support for them. So like every CSS class you define in here, it'll tell you about. So if I do this, then it tells me, or it should anyways. Maybe not. I don't know if this is set up correctly. Let's also lint all of our files. Listen, Jicom Gaming. I know that you're actually not trying to be a troll, but we're almost done with the setup. But I think that ultimately, yeah, I think most of the latest Coding Garden streams have basically turned into setup streams. It's just us setting up the project, but we are basically done with that. We're about to jump into the database. So for this stream, it's going to be a very low ratio. Let's see if the linter works. No eslint warnings or errors. Great. I thought Next.js was pre-configured. I mean, it sort of is. It's just missing my preferred eslint setup and prettier setup. That's about it. Everything else is pretty much ready to go. We will use Tailwind and Daisy, yeah. So we're gonna. But the thing is, you do need potentially custom classes every now and then. So I'm gonna. I think. And Draculente, thanks for becoming a member. Appreciate you. Welcome. Glad to have you. Welcome in, Flexons. Flexons? Flex. I'll call you Flex. All right, you convinced me. We're going to delete this module.css file. And when and if we need it, we'll create it. But over here, now we have a super basic homepage that literally just says hello world. All right, this is it. We're going to do our initial commit now. Cool. Make the perfect web project bootstrapping library. I feel like they kind of exist. I don't know. I almost need to just come up with a eslint Airbnb config example repo of like all the different places where you can use the eslint Airbnb config. I don't know. Kodak says, did I rebase the root? No, I just deleted the Git directory. So I did an rm/rf of .git, and then I started over. So now that is my only commit. So yeah, that's my way of rebasing to root. Okay. Let's set up the database. The top 3 hardest interview questions I've ever asked you. The reason I laugh is because I have not asked hard interview questions. When I was hiring at my last job, it was very, very hard to find an even competent programmer. So the questions I asked were not hard at all because we couldn't find competent programmers. So I would ask, what would I purposefully made my interviews very approachable because we had so many interviews where people had no idea what they were doing. Yeah. I didn't ask people to reverse a string. I think I showed them some code and I was like, hey, how would you improve this code? And I didn't even ask them to write code. And then the actual coding interview was I dropped them into a React code base and I had a list of features that they needed to implement. And I was there pairing with them if they needed any help. So that's how I interviewed. You don't need a CS degree, but you need strong education in fundamentals. I guess I would agree with that. I don't know. All right. Let's set up the database. So I think I want to copy my database model from the last time we did it so that we don't have to. The code was not written on paper. It was a React app. And the thing is, so like a week before the interview, I sent them an email. I was like, hey, this is what you can expect. You're going to be dropped into a React code base. It uses these dependencies and these libraries. Feel free to brush up on them if you don't know them. But if you don't know them, it's fine because you can look at the docs during the interview. Basically, it was like, I wanted to see how did they code on a daily basis? Like when they come across a library they haven't used before, how do they use the docs? That's basically what I was testing them on. So, no, we're not going to use Mongo. We're not going to use Prisma. We are going to just use MongoDB all by itself. And this is our schema. So, you would be surprised, Terawatt. You would be very surprised of the 10 plus interviews I ran. 2 of them were just competent React devs that could look at the docs, that could actually like write code. So here's the idea for the app. Users will be able to store a list of places that they have visited before. So it'll have a title like an excavator. Thank you for the resub. It'll have a title like Disney World. Then a description like we went here for a thing. It can have a list of comments, an image for that specific place that you've been to, and then you give it a rating. So like I rate Disney World a 8 out of 10. You give it a specific latitude, longitude, and the date that you visited it. And so there's going to be a bunch of these in the database sprinkled all over the map, and basically you can keep track of where you've been. This is it. This is our schema. Let's make it with MongoDB. So, well, actually, we'll use Zod, but we are going to be connecting to the database with MongoDB. So this is the MongoDB Node.js driver. This is the driver that Prisma potentially would use if you're using Prisma to talk to a Mongo database. And Prisma is nice because you do have like your model file, and then it gives you like a nice querying API, but the MongoDB itself has a pretty good querying API. Yeah, and I think even Mongo's is like, for an app this simple, it's too much. Like we literally just connect to the database and then start querying. We have our collection, but we can do some validation before insert with like Zod or something like that. I have never done an algorithm like style interview. Why is everyone interested in interviews? I guess because people are trying to find jobs. That makes sense. Or like people got laid off, or people are newer and trying to find jobs. Yeah. I have only been interviewed like 4 times in my life, and I've gotten the job 3 times. So I don't have a lot of experience being in interviews. I do have experience trying to interview someone, but yeah, Monk is pretty cool, but these days you really just need MongoDB. So let's install it. Oh, sorry to hear that, Abdul Rahman. But take a break, collect yourself, and then get back out there. Work on your resume, practice interviewing, that kind of stuff. All right, let's install MongoDB. Great. And then if you're a TypeScript user, you'll need the Node.js type definitions. Are you sure about that? I don't think I do. That's outdated. I'm pretty sure MongoDB has built-in TypeScript support. I've not used Pocketbase before. Here we go. Let's create a connection to the DB. So in the source directory, I'm going to create a file called db.ts. And in here, we're going to do this stuff. We're going to import instead of require. I tried Haskell once. I guess I could have commented out the other line. We're going to connect, and then what do we need to export? So if we do client.connect and then client.db, that will give us the connection to the database. Here we go. So this is complaining. It should be in the dependencies. What are you talking about? Yeah, it's there. Cool. At this point, I want to pull in some environment variables. So I want to pull the connection string and the database name from my environment variables. So let's go to the next docs and learn about environment variables. Does Next have a thing built in for getting environment variables? I thought it did. Did we just get access to them? Are these the beta docs, though? Yeah, CommonJS is module.exports and require. That's all CommonJS is. But the reason it's even a thing is because there are different module formats. And so the module format we're looking at here is ES modules, or ECMAScript modules, or in this case, TypeScript modules, which follows the ECMAScript module spec. So if you see import and export default, those are ES modules. If you see require and module.exports, that's CommonJS. So they didn't change it. So we can just We can just do it. Okay. To add environment variables to the JavaScript bundle, do this. Now you can access process.env in your code. What? Well, 13 is stable, no need to be in beta docs, but I'm using the app directory. The app directory, I guess, is the beta docs. Next.js has built-in support for loading environment variables from env.local. Let's do it. Let's create an env.local file. And then we'll have a DB URL and a DB name. When to use CommonJS? If you're in an environment that doesn't support ECMAScript modules. But these days, if you're using the latest version of Node, it does support ECMAScript modules. And specifically, if you're in the latest version of Node and you want to use CommonJS, you have to call your file CJS, which is CommonJS, so that it knows that you want to use module.exports, because otherwise it's going to assume you want to do the import-export thing. Yeah, so this is our DB URL. Right now, we are just going to connect locally. I actually have MongoDB installed on my machine. I'm not even going to set up Docker. I'm pretty sure I can just connect to my local MongoDB instance. Let's see. Yeah, I've got MongoDB. It's running. This will allow me to connect to that database URL, which is fine. And so from here, we can do process.env.db URL. And then here we can do DB name. And for the DB name, we'll just call this travel log. Call this next travel log. No Docker? Here, listen. listen. When I do this as a full tutorial, I'll potentially walk through setting up Docker, but I just need to connect to a Mongo database. I don't need anything special. Wasn't that controlled adding type module? I'm not super up to date on like the latest Node way of doing it, but I do believe in the latest Node, you don't have to say type module. It just assumes your things are modules. Is that right? Somebody can confirm. I'm not gonna test it because I don't care. I'm not doing that right now. But you can test it. Just spin up a new project. Make sure you have Node version. What's the latest one? 19? Go try it. Try it and see. Go install Node version 19.6 and try doing require or module.exports in it. I think it's going to yell at you and tell you that you need to do import export. All right, TypeScript is complaining because this could be undefined. We're going to do a little check here. So if this does not exist, and we're not going to start up. We're going to throw an error, missing DB URL in .env. And then same thing, if there is no database name, we'll throw a little error here. Otherwise, it's just going to connect to our database. So are we still running? Yeah, you can't share URLs in YouTube chat for whatever reason, but if you go over to Twitch, you can share URLs. Cool. Let's start it up. It didn't crash, which means these had a specific value. I want to double check. Like, I want to just make sure, do we actually have access to this? So let's just log it. I guess it only, oh, well, this file isn't being required anywhere. Let's require it. Like in this API file. Actually, this will just do it. Instead of calling this hello, we're gonna call this logs. This is literally going to get the logs from our database. And argument of type find cursor with ID document. That's what it will be. Find cursor with ID document, like that. Instead of using dot dot slash, oh yeah, you're totally right. We set up aliases, so I should actually be able to do this. And then that should still work. Yeah, that still works. Good call. Thank you, Sebastian. All right, let me... I mean, honestly, I don't even have to type this. I think if I just do this, it's like, yeah, it'll be the any type. We'll figure out the right typings later on. But for now, we have an API endpoint that's going to query all the logs from the database. Let's see if it works. So it should be. So in Next, if you're not familiar with this, they have this API thing, and if you any file in here is essentially a serverless function that can run. And yeah, I mean, serverless function. It's a serverless function. So if I go to localhost 3000 /API/logs, we get back the data. That's not what I was expecting though, because I think I want to do like to array, like that. And there we go. We get back an empty array. It's working. It's working. So we can query our database. Let's try putting stuff into our database, I guess. Where are we at in the to-do? So we set up Mongo. We kind of like modeled it. We need to have a post request for creating a new log, but we're going to do some validation. So for that, we're going to install Zod. Zod is going to let us validate the incoming request. And we'll import that in here. So import Z from Zod. Well, we're not going to do it in here. We're going to do it in our... really, we could create like a model. Oh, you're totally right, Shark Turn Up. Let me fix that. There we go. Yeah, good call, Devin John. Is it in the console? It should be. It should be now. Where is it? Let's. Oh, did we? We didn't. I think we stopped logging it. I'll log it again. There it is. Yeah. So it's pulling in our env, which is good. It's good. So like the fact that I'm referencing this variable and it's automatically pulling it in, Next is handling that. Hey, what's up, Fob? I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. Let's set up a little model here. So in the source directory, I'm gonna create a folder called models, and inside of there, I'm gonna create one called travel log, like this. And yeah, I do have it. So DB name is next travel log, and then DB URL is the other one. So those two should get loaded, and it should have thrown an error in the console if they didn't exist. So I think we're covered there. Turbo pack seems fine. This is where we will import Zod. So I'm also going to import the DB in here because I'm going to point it at a specific collection. Because right now you saw in my API route, I literally just did db.collection. What I actually want to do is be able to say like travel logs, and import travel logs from models/travel log. Maybe singular travel log, not fine. I don't know. But this is what I want to be able to do. So now over here in my models is where we'll do the thing. So I can say travel logs is that. And then I need the DB, so I'm just going to import that from @/DB, like that. Great. So this is our model, which is fine. But I can also define like the Zod validator in here. So that I can, because right now MongoDB doesn't care. I can put anything into that collection. So I'm going to define a validator with Zod, and then we'll use that validator in the post request. Yeah, so this stream will be available right here at this exact same URL whenever it's over. All right. We'll import Zod. Singular? Plural. Oh no, we're live right now, Crazy Gamer. Right here, right now. I'm gonna do plural. I'm gonna call it plural. Mainly because, like, technically this is the collection in here. We will also export the individual schema. Yeah, like this. So, like the individual one will be singular, but then the plural is the actual collection in the database. This is just for today, Sebastian. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, so here we want to validate it, and we can go back and convert this schema we used to have into a Zod schema. So type is going to be a string. And it can't be empty, so I can do a minimum length of 1, like that. Description will be a string. Also cannot be empty. Comments, I don't think we need. Image will also be a string. Can you do... Yeah, so Zod has a built-in validator to say that image must be a URL, so that's good. And then rating is going to be a number with a min of 0 and a max of 10 and a default of 0. Like that. Beautiful. And then latitude is going to be similar, but no default. But it's going to have a min of -90 and a max of 90. It's just like some basic validation there. So what are we validating? The stuff before we put it into our database. So right now we have this API route that returns all the stuff from our database. We're also going to have a post request handler that puts stuff into the database, and we want to validate it before putting it into the database. So that's what this little validator is going to do. So we'll do the same thing, but with 180 here. And then a visit date. Can I do a z.date? Yeah. Like that. Okay, so I've got this nice little validator, but what's cool about Zod is I can also extract a TypeScript interface from it. So that way it'll give me back an interface that has all of these properties with the right type. So I can say something like type travel log is z dot, is it infer? The type of travel log, like this. And now this is a nice little interface. So this is what's cool about Zod is you define the validator and you can use that validator. So you can literally do travel log dot parse, and you pass it an object, and if it doesn't adhere to this, then it'll throw an error, which is what we want because we're going to use that in our API route. But now we also have a little interface, so we can type our API routes to say our post request is accepting an interface that satisfies this. So we should be able to get type completion, like, or at least use this type in the code that's calling that API endpoint. So I'm going to export both of these. You may not know this, but can't you? I think this just needs to go there. Why is this complaining? This is weird to me. So for whatever reason, a Next app isn't detecting that I've installed new dependencies. Weird. Travelog has already been defined. This actually shouldn't matter. So this is a TypeScript thing where you can have a thing. So in this case, it's a Zod validator with the name travelog, and then a type with that same name, and they don't overlap with each other. But what that means is now this is also like it's of this type. If that makes sense. Does Zod is pretty slick. Yeah, there's some others out there, like Typebox. I think these days even Yup I think can extract TypeScript interfaces. But yeah. Yeah, the plan, Zyonic, is to rebuild the travelogue with Next.js and like more modern tech. So I should be able to ignore that. And then also I won't export default. I'm going to have multiple exports here. So we export the interface, the validator, and the actual database collection. So now that we've exported all of that, we can use it over here. So I want to import the collection like that. So this should still work. We should still be able to query our database. Yeah, no errors. We can query our database, but it has nothing in it. But now we want to post requests. So we want to be able to put stuff into this database. How do we do that? I think the way Next works is you literally say like if request.method is post, then put it in the database or like inspect the body. Otherwise, if request.method is get, then do this. Otherwise, not supported? I don't know. Maybe there's a new way in Next.js 13 to handle this, so you don't have to have a bunch of if statements. There's probably a better status code for this too. And St. Lolek, hello, welcome in. Welcome in, Arrow 404. What have you missed? I don't know. We set up MongoDB. We set up Zod. We have a Next app. That's about it. That's all we've done. Someone give me what is the status code for method not supported? I've used P5 before, but I don't do a lot of like visualizations or stuff like that with P5. 405? Method not allowed? Cool. What is an interface? So interface is a TypeScript thing. It basically describes a type. It describes an object, right? So this interface called travelogue that we inferred from that validator says this object should have a string that is title, a description, a title that is a string, a description that is a string, an image that is a string, a rating that is a number, a latitude that is a number, a longitude that is a number, and a visit date that is of type date. Now, we could have defined this manually. Like I could have actually written the code that looks exact. Like I literally could have just done this instead of using this library. I could have done that. But what's nice is I can define this validator and then Zod is able to extract that type. But the reason we want that type is we can have type completion in our request handler here, which we haven't gotten to yet, but I'll show you in a second. Where basically I can tell TypeScript that I'm expecting a travelogue type in the body. And then in the code down here, we'll be able to autocomplete that. Basically, it'll be like when I'm looking at request.body, I'm telling it that it will be travelogue, so it knows that it has a title and a description property. 422? We're going to go with 405. All right. Does anyone know in Next.js 13, is there a better way of doing this? Like, can I export a handler called post or a handler called get, or do I still have to do this? I'm not going to use TRPC because this is literally going to be our only like backend database code, at least for now. Which is why like TRPC would have been like overkill, I think, for this. We could use Prisma, but we don't have to. look at this. We've got travelogues, and look at travelogues. It has find one. It has delete one, delete many. So MongoDB, the driver, it has everything we need. It has everything we need. Okay. They're still working on a way of doing it. Okay. Dev tooling seems to be overcool. I don't know. I'm just trying to write an app. I'm not trying. I'm not trying to worry about all that. But I will say Prisma is really cool. Pretty much any app that's more complex than this, Prisma would make a lot of sense. But this is very simple. We're doing a very simple thing here. All right. We can look at data fetching fundamentals. So fetching data on the server. This is basically, we will need to write code in our app directory here. So in our page that calls our API endpoint. And so in that case, we're going to be using a fetch. So are you talking about SWR, the standalone library? I think, again, like, I think this app is so simple. Like, we don't need like TanStack query. We don't need statewall revalidate. Like, when the page loads, request from the API. Done. Done. Data fetching. Yeah, so I think everything in the app directory is all about using fetch. So in this case, we technically would fetch from the API. Yeah. Well, the issue is there is no get server side props. I mean, I guess you might be right though. You might be right. So like here they're doing get, they're like, so this is super weird if you haven't seen this before. This is a server component where it basically requests the data at the top. You're like, I think honestly, yeah, I think you're right, Oscar. I think that's actually what we want to do then. But I still need a post route, right? So where would the post route go? The post route would still need to be in the API, but the find route would be just SSR. Yeah, like this. So they literally are calling Prisma inside of their component. We can do that. We can do that. Like this little call right here in our page. Honestly, let's do it just to see it happen, because this is the newness here in Next 13. From models travel logs like this, and then we'll make it an async component, and then we have our travel logs, and then we just repeat over them. Do I even need a key? There's no virtual DOM. Do I need a key? Yeah, here's the other typings that I can do, though, that I forgot about. So right here, I need to tell this that this is a collection of travel log like that. And so now, when I use this travel logs variable, it'll know all of the properties. This is the other type stuff here. So log.this. This is what... So earlier, someone was asking, what's an interface? An interface basically allows me to get this editor completion. I have told TypeScript that this thing has these properties, and so now it knows. Now I'm not just guessing the property names. I literally get editor support in here, like this. And then does this want a key? Okay, maybe we still need a key. And then ID is an object ID, so it probably wants something like that. What's this complaining about? Expecting dangling ID. I'm just going to disable that linter rule everywhere, because dangling IDs are a thing in MongoDB, so I'm going to disable this. Okay, this is fascinating, right? This is why we're using the beta version of Next, is we are literally querying the database at the top of our component. Now you have, yeah. So Nesby is saying you're confused. The way you have to think about this is when this page loads, all of this is running on the server, and then is being like it's generating the HTML that it's then going to send to the client. Let's also just add like another little thing here that says there are, we'll say logs.length in the database. There are 0 in the database, so it's working. And if we look at the source code of the page, like Next.js is actually rendering out some elements here, and like all of that code is running on the server. Like it's literally impossible to query a Mongo database from the client. I wouldn't say impossible. You probably, you don't query a database from the client because of like security issues. So there's no database query here. It's actually like on the client, it's actually happening on the server before we actually get the page. So that is interesting. So that's cool. So we actually don't even need in our API route, like I mean, I guess technically we could support a get route, but ultimately we can only implement the post route on the back end here because the get is just literally inside of our components like this. Is there a difference or benefit by calling the DB client on the server component versus the API route? I don't know if actually let's try this. This so we're learning, everyone. We're learning. What if I literally do a fetch of I'm not getting type completion, so I don't think this is gonna work. I don't know how this would be. Yeah, so this says error, invalid URL. The fetch API is so it wants a full URL. I don't know how, I don't think there's a way to call my API routes from within a component. Yeah, Catan. So the nice thing about Next is the creators own Versal, and you can very easily deploy a Next app to Versal. So when we deploy this, it's all client and server. Everything just gets deployed to Versal, and I mean technically all of this, I think, ultimately becomes little serverless functions. So whenever someone navigates to this page, it actually runs on a serverless function to serve up that page. But we could very easily just deploy this to Versal, and you're good to go. I mean, the other aspect though is we need to deploy our database, and we're going to use MongoDB Atlas for that. So MongoDB Atlas has a free tier, so we can spin up a MongoDB in the cloud, but the app will be hosted here, and then the database will be hosted here. Yeah. All right, everyone. Has anybody done any research? Like, am I thinking about this in the right way? So, like, basically, instead of we just do this. I think the way you would have done this in the past is you have your get server side props. And that would do this and then return the data like this. And then over here in your props, you would get the data like this. In I guess this would need to be async. This is the old Next.js way of doing it, where like you separate out like the code in here is going to be running on the server, and then you can use it over here. Is this all they've done? They just moved the get server side props code into the component? Am I missing something? Because I would like, for example, like with Fresh. With Fresh, when we were working on that, we had a way of also defining like a handler, like a get handler and a post handler in here, and it could handle the different methods. Oh, this is React's doing. I see. So it's this because this is server components. This lets you do that. Yeah. So you can do ISR if you need to revalidate either at the page level or the fetch level. And I think the thing is we will need to. So actually we will need this get route as well. So we basically have to duplicate code, because later on there could be some JavaScript running on the client side that needs to request all of the logs again. And it will have to hit this endpoint. It couldn't get the data from here, could it? I don't think so, right? Right? All right, let's just implement the post route, and then someone can tell me I'm doing it wrong if I'm doing it wrong. You can ISR to DB client without getting the app route. Request middleware? Let me look into that. You can type use client for client-side rendering. Huh. Huh. Why would I watch a tutorial? I'm figuring this out from the docs. Oh, I see. Make one. It doesn't exist. Why does anybody use Next.js? like this basically gives you nothing. I guess that's the point, right? So here's the thing. If I do use client, this will just break because I'm trying to call the database here. If I do this, let's watch and see what happens. Yeah, look at this. Cannot resolve DNS. So DNS is a Node.js module. That can't run in the client. Yeah, this has to be server side because it's querying the database. Great. Happy birthday, Acid Spark. You didn't tell me it was your birthday. It's fine. We need to look at the current docs. And then we need to look at API routes because that's where we're trying to do the post request stuff. What's up, Walter? Welcome in. I'm old years old. Nice. I will sing you happy birthday, Acid Spark. Right here, right now. Someone tell me how to do a method? Edge API routes. Cool. Cool. It's live, Amit. Welcome in. And it's so live that we're going to sing happy birthday to Acid Spark right now. I mean, it doesn't have to be live for that. But... my guitar tuner. They didn't codex. I'm going to leave you with this article. Check the section called Can I Stream Simultaneously to Other Platforms? I gotta get my tuner. I'll be right back. Hi. Hi. Yeah, I mean, I think like there are. I could understand why you would misunderstand because there's a lot of people that still do it anyways. I don't know. Am I making a statement though? The fact that there are 93 people watching a blank image on Twitch, um, isn't that funny? Isn't that really funny? I don't think it's against the Twitch terms. Like I read the community guidelines. I literally read the terms of service in bed last night. I couldn't find anything about a stream that just has a link on it. I don't know. What am I doing? Ukulele tuner. We're gonna sing happy birthday. Yeah, reading contracts in bed, exactly. Some of the best stuff you've seen on Twitch. Nice. I don't know, Mark. I don't know. I mean, I would honestly be amazed if I got banned for doing this, but people don't get banned for cross streaming when they're not allowed to. Right? I'm not cross streaming. I'm literally just telling people, hey, I'm streaming on YouTube. I want to disable canceling because I think it'll affect this. I haven't sang in a long time. I'm gonna do my best. I think we'll do it. We'll do it twice, just in case I don't sound that good. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Acid Spark. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Acid Spark. Happy birthday to you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Oh, I forgot this doesn't have animated emotes. Happy birthday, Acid Spark. Thank you for hanging out here. Thank you for being a part of the community. Thank you for being a mod. Here's to many more. All right. We are now here. We need a post route. We'll just work on the post route. I think it's literally just going to be this. I don't know if there's any better way of doing this. We'll do it. Please enjoy this Applebee's gift card. Yeah. Well, sorry about that, Shark Turnip. When was your birthday? All right. Next API request. I believe this is a generic function or generic thing. Oh, it's not. Is the handler generic? But here's what I want to do. I want to tell Next what the potential type of the incoming body is. Sorry about that, Hugo Das. I guess I am forcing people to sub. I'm trying to grow my YouTube. You can turn off notifications from my channel, Hugo Das. Sorry about that. All right. Are there TypeScript specific docs that talk about API functions? Let's look at some examples. So we can describe the return type. This is also weird though, right? Because the return type is different based on the incoming request method. Oh, I see, Hugo does. I see. So would I need to use a union type in the API in the response here so that I can say that with ID comes from MongoDB, and we have individual travel log. So I'm responding with that. Or I'm responding with a message with an object that has a sound is fine. Oh yeah, I forgot to turn the noise suppression back on. Okay, test. It might not even be that different. How about now? Okay. And what's up, Andreas? Welcome in. So message is a string. I can say return either one of those. Cool. Here's what I want to do though. I want to create another type and export it. So I'm going to literally have a type called travelogue with ID. And that's going to be with ID from MongoDB of travelogue. What's up, Dead Horse? Like this. And the reason I'm doing that is because we're going to be doing that a lot, and I don't want to have to do this over and over again. So I can literally just say travelogue with ID and then use that here. Because we're actually returning an array of those. Yes, you can see TypeScript complaining. So I told it, hey, I'll be either returning a travelogue with ID or a message or an object that has a message, which is a string. But in actuality, I'm actually returning an array. Because that, but then if I in a post request, I'm going to be responding with a travelogue with ID that got inserted into the database. So something like travelogues dot insert one, and then rec dot body like this. This gives us back a insert one result. So we actually want to respond with the thing itself, but then the ID property is in something like insert result dot inserted ID, like that. But then we need to validate it. So, what's up, Prabal? Welcome in. I'm doing all right. So, I just can't get over how cumbersome this is. Like, do people literally have code bases full of this? I guess the answer is TRPC. Like all of your API routes are TRPC, so you're not having to do all of this. Oh yeah, good call, Hugo Das. Good call. But this isn't the final code because we still need to validate it. Because technically, what we need to do is the like validated log. And then that's going to be travel log. So we'll import it because we need the validator. Travelogue.parse. Parse async. Rec.body. And we'll await this. So, yeah, if this does not throw an exception, we will get back the validated log. And then the validated log, we can be sure adheres to this schema here. So, it has all of these properties. They're all of all the right type and all of the right validations and such. So that's what this line of code is doing. This is using Zod to validate the request body. Safe parse. Safe parse async. What does that give us back? What's the difference? Using switches in here? Yeah, I guess we could. Like switch on rec.method. And then the case where it's post. Do this. Safe parse won't throw an exception. I want an exception. Let me tell you. I'll show you what we'll do with that exception in a second. What happened to Twitch? Not much. I'm just over here on YouTube. That's all. Is this how switch cases work? Semicolon, semicolon, semicolon. Expected a break statement before case. Ah. Well, I guess if I do a return, I don't need a break. Yeah, like Hugo Das is saying. Like this. Cool. And then we can try catch this whole thing. And for now, we'll do a 500 error because it's a server error. And we'll throw in error.message like this. Do not assign to an expectation parameter. What do I want to? What if I want to do that? Error is of type unknown. Error as unknown as error. E. I don't think I can. Yeah, like this gives me an error that's like basically it's always going to be unknown, but I know it's going to be an error. We'll call it E. Yeah, so just const error is E as error. Like that. Like that. That's what we want. Can you say yeah, I guess that would be the right way to do it. Like make sure that it actually is an instance of an error, but it's going to be. Like, why wouldn't it be? Like if this throws an exception, it's a capital E error. So okay, handler expected return to have a valid value at the end. Yeah, so we actually want to return this. If it's not an instance of an error, you have bigger problems. Yeah, I mean, if it's not an instance of an error, that would mean that the MongoDB library throws an object that is not an error object. So it's a capital E error. It is. I think this is all we need. I don't know why I'm spending so much time staring at this. We've done it. We have an API route that can take in a request body. It'll validate it against this schema. If it's valid, it puts it into the database. Bing, bang, boom. Done. Yeah, that's it. That's all I want. Now let's try putting something into the database. So let's create, I guess we'll do it from the front end. Technically, I could test it from like Postman or Insomnia. I think I'm going to just create like a little new travel log component. Let's create a folder called components. And then in there, we'll have travel log form.ts. Wouldn't you spread the validation body instead of the request body? Yes, that's the one thing I forgot to do. You're totally right. I mean, at this point, we've already validated that it is valid, so it wouldn't be bad to do that, but you're totally right. The thing we get back from the validator, we can be sure only has the right stuff in it. Here's the other thing. I think I do want to test this with Insomnia. We'll test it in a second. Because does rec.body get parsed automatically? Like, do I need to add a body parser somewhere? It should, right? But here we have a travel log form. This is going to be a client-side thing for creating a new travel log. I guess I could look into, though, like, does the new Next have similar ideas to, like, what SvelteKit and Solid have, where your forms can actually be server rendered and they make a good old form action post rather than, like, an API request? Is that a thing that they're introducing in Next? Maybe it does. I mean, I don't want to complain too much about Next.js, but yeah. Oh, yeah, you're right. This should actually be a TSX. So I use TSX if there's going to be JSX in the file. That's pretty much it. This should be a TSX file. Because I want to do something like travel log form. And this is just going to return a nice little form with a label that says title and an input, and then a button that says create. Something like that. And when do you use JSX? If I'm in a project that's not TypeScript. But yeah, if you have JSX in the file and you're in a TypeScript project, TSX. But if you're in a JavaScript project, JSX. That's really all I do. All right, now that we have that component, can we load it into the page? I guess this is what's interesting, right? Because this part gets server rendered, but can it load a component that has client-side JavaScript code? Because if I import the travel log form from there, and I put that form right here, what happens? It's there. It's there. What if I have some JavaScript in it? YouTube chat is down. Backend error unavailable. Service is currently. Wait. Did I get rate limited? Okay, so this is why we don't stream on YouTube. Did I really get rate limited? There it is. It should be back now. Whew. Whew. Okay, hi. We're back. All right, great. What I want to see really quick is if we just have some client-side stuff. Like, I mean, honestly, I will pull in a library for working with forms here, but for now, let's just get some state going. So I do have to say use client. Let's see the error. If I don't put use client, let's see the error. So something like title, and set title is going to be use state, which comes in from React. Starts off as an empty string. We'll bind the input, the title, and then on change, quick stretch. Get the event, and we just want to do set title with event dot current target dot value. Cool. So this is my first time with Next.js 13. And using the app directory. I've built some basic stuff with Next. I have not built like extensive like API stuff with Next. Most of the stuff I was doing with Next was like really to just benefit from server-side rendering. It was really just like there wasn't a lot of API stuff, just a lot of pages. Okay. Oh yeah. Well, like I said, we are going to pull in a form library. I'm not going to do this for every single input. I wanted to see this error. So this says you're importing a component that needs use state. It only works in a client component, but none of its parents are marked with use client. So they're server components by default. So this is what someone mentioned. In here, I need to say use client. I need to let use client. I need to let Next.js know that this is client-side code. Yeah. Hello. Cool. And that seems to work. Great. There's a few things I want to do now. So we've got our backend routes. I kind of want to test my post method here. But I also want to start to get some styling and I also want to add a form library. Let's look at what my to-do says. So yeah, we set up the models. We technically have the post request, but I need to validate it. We have the get request. Create a form to add a new entry. I guess we could just get it working. But before we add styles and stuff like that, yeah, I kind of want DaisyUI. All right, let me just do a little commit here. Wait, what? I killed the wrong thing. I was like, what? Here. add travel log. Well, I'll just say add models, set up API. Cool. Now we will add DaisyUI to. Well, no. We'll add DaisyUI and our form library. Is YouTube down again? I think. Oh no, I just have to refresh the UI. That's all. Yeah. I am not going to spend 20 minutes finding a UI library. I know that Daisy pretty much does what we want, so I'm just going to add Daisy. Honestly, that's not a horrible idea, CodeBrains, especially because I'm keeping this simple, right? We literally just have 2 backend routes. List all the things, create one thing. That's all you can do. Like this will be very easy to write in like SvelteKit and also like in Nuxt. The one piece is it would be cool to put auth on top of this, but that's when things get a little bit more tricky. Oh, you're right. Should we just use Pico CSS? No, we're gonna use Daisy. Let's set it up. We also need to set up Tailwind with Next. I don't know if it is, Ryan. I looked at all the terms. It hasn't. No one's told me that it is. Nor I didn't read anywhere that it was against the terms of service. But Tailwind. With Tailwind CSS. Do I just set it up like normal? I'm just trying to make sure there's nothing nothing too crazy here. Svelte add, yeah. Yeah, exactly. So Daisy is like the bootstrap of the Tailwind world, or one of. You basically get pre-built buttons and stuff like that, because I'm not going to write this all from scratch. I'm a pro Tailwind. No. Yeah, I guess we just literally add Tailwind. So here we go. Add it as a dev dependency. Run the init. It created the config file. We want this to be .commonjs.cjs so that we do get linting in here. And then I'm guessing I can follow this example and this config here. That points at the right stuff. But Tailwind specifically has a guide for Next. Let's see. I think we yeah. So it has the app directory. Oh, but ours is in source, so we need source components app. Yeah. Yes, I think that's what we want. But we can see here. So, oh, we also need post CSS and auto prefixer. So we didn't get that by default. Oh, if using the source directory, that's all we need because everything is in the source directory. I like that. Boom. Why is this complaining? Oh, because we also need to add regular CJS files to our TS config. The course is not out yet, and I don't know if I'm gonna make one. I need to do a meta stream where I just talk about life and stuff, but I'm gonna try other things for now. Yeah. Okay, so globals.css now gets these 3 things. I need to make a course. I really do, but I don't know. I don't know. All right. Add Tailwind. And then apparently we should be good to go. So if I do class name. Yeah, I was also thinking about intro to programming with TypeScript. I could always start a company. Yeah, that sounds hard though. Basically, I want people to just give me money, and I don't want to have to do anything for it. Yeah, no. So actually, that is what I've been considering is do it almost in the same style as front end masters, where they actually live stream, um, but they're in a classroom with real people, and so the people in the classroom are paying students, and then the people watching live can also pay to watch live, that kind of thing. I want to do something like that. Hmm. Everyone likes free money. Yeah. This isn't working. Film and produce. That'd be cool, Chad. But then I'd have to pay you if I do it myself. Because what I was thinking is like, uh, it almost like it's a paid live stream. So like it's a live stream, but it's limited. You have to buy a ticket, and it'll potentially be multiple days. So like 4 live streams across 2 weeks. And then, but the tricky part is finding the price to sell it at. And then I could go in and so people would, I think I would have like at least 30 people that would pay to do that because they would pay essentially for like the one-on-one time. Um, oh, I need a post CSS config too. That's the issue. Um, stretch. Yeah, I kind of want to do that for free. CodeBrains, just because I think like Feathers.js can use all the publicity that it can get. Like, I feel like there aren't enough people that know about Feathers.js. I don't want them to have to pay for my course to learn about it. I mean, because what I did last time was I just did the getting started guide. Um, can I do a post css.cjs? Is that valid? I have a project with a .cjs tailwind, so maybe I thought that would work. Um, yeah, that's not working. Um, how do I tell Next that I'm using post CSS? Also, it doesn't seem to be complaining about this syntax here. This is post CSS syntax. Let's try it with just .js files instead of .cjs files. Um, yeah, so it's looking at source. JS Um, do I have to do something in the next config to tell it about post CSS? There's the Tailwind config, the post CSS config. Oh no, yeah. So we have Tailwind and auto prefixer. The next config. I think that might be the issue, Thunveer, but I thought it was auto linked. Because global has that, and then I think they're probably linking global in the layout. Yeah, like that. Let's see. That's probably the issue if I don't have it. Yeah, it's loading it there. Yeah, I mean, I've killed Next.js several times now. I don't think it's running anywhere else. Tailwind isn't working. Post CSS isn't working. Try changing the Tailwind config. Purging the styles in the Tailwind config. What does that mean? So this is looking at everything in the source directory, right? So this **/* will look at any nested subdirectory. So it's gonna look in the app directory. It should detect that these files are ones that it needs to do the thing for. Content isn't right. Oh well. Look, check it out. Check it out. If you're using the source directory, just do that. It would be the same thing as doing this. But this is all in the source directory, so I need to do this. Like that. But this glob at the bottom is the same thing as just that glob, right? If I put all these globs, now this is redundant. Look, if this works, I know nothing about globs. This doesn't work, right? Like these three lines mean the same thing as this line here. Why do I have source? Because I told it to generate the source directory. Yeah, our next config is pretty standard. Experimental app directory, yeah. Can next config be a, I guess that doesn't matter. Globals? Yeah. Yeah, so globals looks like this. See you later, Codex. Have a good one. Try removing source out of. Sure, but I don't. There's nothing outside of the source directory. So, but yeah. Let's see. Ask ChatGPT. ChatGPT is too old. It doesn't know about the app directory, which is just released. Let's try something else. So I'm trying text 3XL font bold underline. Let's literally just do something like EG red 500. The background should be red. Try importing globals in the page. If this works, I quit. Yeah. Yeah, I guess at this point, because I'm importing Tailwind base, I actually don't need a reset. You are right about that. Move the app directory outside of source? No. That's okay. Are you kidding me? This reset is the thing that fixed it? Or did it just start working all of a sudden? Look, I changed nothing. Look at this. There's no import in page. There's only an import in layout. Let's restart it. I guess it could have been the cache. Yeah, it was the cache of that file. That's exactly what it was, because the moment I changed the file, the cache was updated. That's all it was. That's really unfortunate. Maybe I didn't save the file. Someone can rewind the stream and tell me if there was a little white dot on globals.css. It's possible I just didn't save the file. And that's on me. That's on me. Cool. Wait, what? What is happening here? Why is it adding all this stuff to my TS config? I didn't save it. Can somebody click it? Is it literally an unsaved file? That's on me. That's on me. Yeah, I honestly I want to, if you tell me the timestamp. Yeah, well, you don't got to clip it. You can even, that's the nice thing about YouTube, is I can literally just rewind. Blame React. Got that. That. When do I edit the global CSS? That, here. Look at that. Okay, so the file isn't saved right now. I put it in, and then I save it. So you saw before I switched tabs, I saved it. And then freeze frame, freeze frame. Look at that. It's saved. Okay, so it must have been a cache issue. I don't know. I really hate that we debugged that for 30 minutes. That is very unfortunate. So I saved it. I did save it. Look at that. Oh, I probably need Tailwind forms too. Okay, so we set up Tailwind all so that we can set up DaisyUI. I know I saw some people mentioning Flowbyte. I'm just gonna try Daisy. Daisy seems cool. I like the way Daisy looks. Daisy has a forest theme, which is like coding garden themed, which is cool. So here we go. We're gonna add Daisy, and then we need to require it in our Tailwind config. Cool. Yeah, I'm biased because of the, um, uh, because of the forest theme. I absolutely am. All right, so how do we set up that forest theme? In our HTML, we can say data theme. So in our layout on the HTML, we say data theme forest. Did I spell forest right? Forest has one R. Forest, like that. And then I tell DaisyUI that I only want the dark theme. So this is going to be in my Tailwind config down here. I only want dark, and I only want forest. All right. Start it back up. Oh yeah, we can fix the globs. Good call. And like I said, if you know anything about globs, you know that this glob matches all of the others. Good call. Nice. Nice. It's working. So we want ourselves a nice looking form. Like an input group. For project ideas that viewers can donate? What do you mean by that, Ryan? UI themes images? Like I would have pre-existing things that they can just download? Or people can submit things to me. Is that what you're saying? Um, text input. It's really all I want. Like this. Hmm. Yeah, maybe we can talk about it in Discord, Ryan. I still don't follow. I still don't know like what you mean exactly. All right, great. Now, on the form itself, we want a nice little thing like this. And at this point is where we're going to add React hook form. But why does it disappear? Do I specifically need Tailwind Forms for this? I know Tailwind Forms is a separate plugin. I think I do. I think I do. Opinionated form reset layer that makes it easier to style form elements with utility classes. I'm gonna go ahead and say that I need it. I'm gonna try it. And then now in my Tailwind config, we add this here for that. Start it back up. Yeah, so that fixed all of like the borders and stuff. I don't like that it's not outlined by default. I think that's just a matter of choosing the right kind of input. Like this. I think this specifically adds a reset, which is why it's a separate package. FormKit? FormKit? I did plan on using React Hook Form, but I'm open to looking at other things. All right, how does this look? It looks really ugly. why does it look so ugly? Like I'm oh, I'm sure, Mark. We're basically done. We're basically done. How long have I been streaming? Yeah, we can finish it in 40 minutes. Easy. Easy. What if we try a different theme? Like the black theme. Yeah, that's the theme that I want. Easy. Easy. Oh, and this has a label on it? This is really what I was looking for. Some like pre-configured form layout like this. Shouldn't be. I see YouTube chat. So this goes here. No placeholder. And then the label is title. Where does the alt label go? I don't want an alt label. Nice. Great. And then we'll swap out the button for a nice little submit button like this. Nice. 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 All right. I think I'm just gonna commit this, and then we'll set up React Hook form so we can have the whole form for submitting that thing. Cool. Add Tailwind and DaisyUI. All right. Now we need a library for handling forms in React. We could do this for all of our inputs. So we have a state variable for it, and then we have a listener. There are libraries that make it way easier to like hook up a bunch of form inputs. Yeah, so I'll show you, Hugo, what we get. So the one I'm familiar with is React Hook Form. And it uses uncontrolled components. So what's nice, you'll see in the getting started, is it gives you this little register function, and then you just spread that onto the input, and it handles everything. So it handles it based on the name of the input. So really we need a name. So like this name is title. And now when I do the register thing, it's going to register it as title. And what's cool is you can pass in validation. So we can potentially, I'm hoping they have like a Zod schema resolver, but we can literally pass in the Zod schema, and then we get form validation with like errors that we can put next to our inputs. So that is why I want a library like this, because basically if I were to write this by hand, we would need a value prop and an on-change prop for every single one of these. We would need a state variable for every single one. And Kava, thank you for the donation. Appreciate you. And then we would, in our submit handler, we would need to run the validator. Then we would have a bunch of errors. Then we would also need a state variable for handling all of the errors, and then we can render them out here. So basically, this hides all of that complexity. Yeah, it's a shorthand. What was the one that Oscar mentioned? Oh, that button does that. I need to add this feature to my current chat overlay. But basically, so like when I was answering that question, I could have pulled that up. This is why we need a package for handling forms. Yeah. Oscar, what was the library you mentioned? Was it Formic? FormKit. Well, you mentioned FormKit. That's different than Formic. I've used Formic before. So when I was in a Redux app, I used Formic, but I'm not using Redux in this app, which is why I would choose something like React Hook Form. Build Vue 3 forms? Wait, what? I appreciate that comment. What about React? Build forms without tiers? Did it say that? Or did Formic say that? Oh yeah, build forms in React without tiers. Yeah, Formic is cool. Formic, oh, it adds animations. Okay, let's check it out. Oh, oh, that's pretty cool. Thanks, Mihai Andre. We'll look at the resolvers repo. I'm just gonna use React Hook Form. I'm just gonna use React Hook Form. Because I've used it before. It seems to be what we need. I don't think there's been anything new on the scene that does it better. I guess FormKit might have been one of them. Yeah. This is what we want. And then we want a nice little use form. Are we in TypeScript land? So now that we have it in our component, we don't need state variables anymore. Pull this in. And then got this. And inputs, I think, is a type. Yeah, so this is the cool thing where we can start to do the validation and also like get cool type completion. So we're passing in an interface that specifies what the form inputs are going to be. And we have that interface, remember, because we use Zod to define it. So we can actually import specifically the type from Zod here. So we really just want this type here that has all that stuff, so we can pass it to the form. And then I guess we also want the validator because we can pass that in too. So I am going to import travel log from models. Great. And then here I can pass that in because we have a form that will be creating a new travel log. What's nice about that is now errors also is typed. So when this form is submitted, we can do validation, and then the errors object will have each one of these populated if like they didn't fill it out or they put in the wrong value, which is the other cool thing about this. I just need to reload the window. It can't find React Hook form. Cool. So now we can go about actually using it. So we just do register and we pass in the name. So instead of doing value and on change, we specifically want title. Why is this complaining? Oh, because this spread of register will put the title prop on there. And welcome in, Lab Alex. You're very welcome. So that's great. And so now we have don't have people add 100 dependencies. Here's the thing. We've been very particular about the dependencies we add. So we added React Hook Form, we added MongoDB, we added Zod, we added Daisy, we added Tailwind. That's about all the things we're going to need. So, yeah. add a resolver. This one. Thank you, Mihai Andre. Let's set it up then. So I think what we can then do is resolver / Zod. Do we get it by default? Do I need to install it separately? Yeah, so we do need to install it separately, like this. And then we can use it. So we specify the resolver in the use form with the schema. So use form, Zod resolver, travel log, like that. I guess if I do that, then I don't need to put the type here, I think. Maybe I still need the type there. But now that should do the validation. So then on the form, on submit, we pass in on submit like that. I mean. What am I doing? I thought I could just pass it in. Where did that thing go? Oh, you pass in handle submit with the submit handler. I see. So you do handle submit and you pass in on submit, and that gives you back the right type. That's it. That's the winner. Okay. Now we can do some more interesting things like show validation errors. So like let's look at Daisy if they have like a style for a text input for showing an error like this. Well, this is the error color. So really input error is we want to set if there was an error. So we would actually do that right here. We would say something like this. At this point, we probably want to add the class names library. We're adding all kinds of libraries, but right here we can say if errors dot title is a thing, we'll convert it to a Boolean. Then we want input error. Otherwise, nothing. Why is this complaining? Oh, I need a closing curly brace. Like that. Okay, so if I submit the form, then if title doesn't have a value, we should see that validation error, and then we should be able to display it right below there. With that error for everything. No, yeah, so basically it prevents the submission from happening. So this function only gets called if the validation succeeds, but if the validation doesn't succeed, then the function doesn't get called, and then the component re-renders with the errors object. For now, we can just put a little span down here. I'm going to want to style it, but we can put a span that only renders if errors.title is a thing. and then we'll put the actual error inside of there. Dot message. So all of that. So we do have errors in the console. Not every property of undefined. What? What? Oh, because errors are undefined. Wait, I thought errors are always have a value. Where? Oh, it's in the form. Cannot read properties of undefined reading nothing. Is it that? No, it's not that. Is it that? Oh, I see. I see. Another issue here. Cannot resolve DNS. That's because it's trying to it's trying to import the backend stuff in here. It really just needs this type, and then it needs the Zod validator. Like this with ID and travel logs, we actually don't need access to in the front end. The thing is, I can't just put type on here because I actually do want the Zod validator. I think I'm just going to have to separate this out into another file. So I'm going to create a folder in models called travel logs. Travel log. In there, we put travel log. This file only exports the Zod validator. And then this file imports it and exports it. What's the import? What's the syntax for this? So import travel log from there. Export travel log? Can I do that? I guess it doesn't matter. I'll import it from the other file instead of importing it from this file, especially to reduce confusion. But now this can only be imported on the server. Is it export? Cool, fine by me. That can only be imported on the server. But now over here, we actually want to import travel log from. Oh, you know the thing. Oh no. Never mind. This was right. On the component. On the travel log form, we specifically want to pull travel log only the validator. Oh, I need both. I need both. Never mind. This actually needs to go in the other file. Here. Import server only at the top of the file to be sure it cannot be imported on the front end. That's good to know. It's good to know because so I wanted to do this because this creates the type in the validator. All of this can run on the front end, which is good. This now I need to import it by name and export it. Okay, I think this is better because now over here, should be good. Why is this complaining? Oh, well now it's not the default export, so I need to do that. Okay. Now we'll try running it. Beautiful. And now we can go back to this and this. Now, if I submit the form, there are errors. It's working. It's working. Just take a step back there. Let me tell you about the issue. This component, travel log form, is a client-side only component. Like this has JavaScript that needs to run on the client side. This component cannot and should not run on the server. I was attempting to import a thing from a file that also had server-side specific stuff. So like the database connection and MongoDB, all of this stuff is server-side only. And honestly, the bundler should have prevented that other stuff from getting loaded in. Like it should have seen that I was only trying to import that one thing, but for whatever reason, I was importing from a file that also had server-side stuff, and so that like broke it. So what I did is I split it up into two separate files. Now I have my validator and my type in this file. This code doesn't do anything backend specific. This code can be used both on the front end and on the back end, because you can do Zod validation on the front end, which is what we're trying to do. But then this file now only has the database specific stuff. So I basically had to do that so that this file would actually get rendered out. Okay, let's clean up the page styles a little bit. I think I guess we can honestly just do it in the form. That's what I was thinking too, Hugo. But for whatever reason, that hung it up. It didn't like that because I thought it would have only imported that one thing, but you know. Okay, on this form, let's give it a class name of width. Next.js uses a bundler called, I think it's called SWC, and it uses Rust. It has its own bundler. Well, I can't just import the type because I also want the Zod validator. I want both the type and the value. All right, Tailwind experts. I want this form to have margin X auto, and then I want the width to be like a max width of 2XL, something like this. I want the form to be in the center of the screen, like that. But that's not even it. I guess the parent container needs to have a width of 100%. Width full. Max width medium, MX auto flex gap 2. So it's a flex box. It has a max width of medium. No need for the width 100%. Yeah, you're totally right, because it's a block level element. So this does not need width 100%. But then you're saying make it a flex box. At this point, yeah, then I need to do flex direction column. Like that. Which is nice. And then my inputs here, I want them to be full width. Yeah, so why are these not taking up the full width? Let's see. Oh, the form control Yeah, here we go. So the form, great. Form control has a max width on it, which we want to get rid of. And so does this. This also has a max width on it that we want to get rid of. There we go. All right, we're on our way. String must contain at least one character. Here's the other thing is in our Zod validator, we can specify custom error messages. So something like description cannot be empty. Similarly, like title cannot be empty. Image must be a valid URL. Things like that. If you do that, now your validation messages are a little more user friendly. What's up, Ricky? Welcome in. Gap. Or can you do trim on Zod? The equivalent is to do min1. Oh, I see what you're saying. There might be a trim. Yeah, there is a trim. That's what we want too, because then we don't allow empty strings. We can say do something like this. Title. Does trim not allow? Like, if I do a space. Oh, I see. It trims it, then it uses this error message. That makes sense. Something like that. What's up, Wits? Welcome in. And then we'll put that in there too. Errors.url. Cool. All right. Now, over here, we basically want to do this for every property. There are libraries that help with this as well, but ultimately we would basically just have to duplicate this code, right? So we have the label and then the input and then the error, and like we could copy this and we could paste it, and because now we also want description, and now we're going to register description. I guess the thing about description is instead we actually want a text area, but now if I submit the form, wait. Oh, I see. This needs to be errors.description. And then same thing here, errors.description. So if I fill out the title, and then I click create, it only shows the ones that have errors like that, which is nice. For the description, we actually want a text area. Let's see how Daisy does that. Class text area, that's all we need. And the error is text area error. Title cannot be empty. Cool. Cool. We're on our way. The thing is, am I going to remove the hello world eventually? Here's the thing. This whole form is going to be rendered in a completely different spot. Then the other thing we need to do is we need to add a map to the page. It's an image URL, which is why I'm saying the URL is invalid. This whole page is going to get wiped out. Sure, I'll get rid of the hello world. let's do this though. Basically, why I'm contemplating here is we could actually create a little helper that automatically creates these based on like a list of inputs and types. Because otherwise, we're gonna have to copy paste this code for every single one of these. What's up, Funny Pops? Welcome in. And I don't think I want to do that. What I want to do, because the more I look at it, it's like this is gonna be a lot of code, and I don't want. So what I want is something like this. Like I want an array where I have like name, title, or title, and then we can auto capitalize the label, so we don't have to do title and capital T title. And then we can say type. By default, the type will be text, but can I map over the keys of the Zod schema? Probably, but I also want some more metadata. Like let me show you what I'm talking about. I haven't gotten there yet, but I want to do this. So name, description, type, text area. I guess technically I could have an array of types and then just map that to the name. Maybe that could work. And then we just use what we have from Zod. Let's try that. Object.keys of the thing. I don't know if Zod has anything built in for that, but I mean, ultimately what I want, like if I grab the keys, we went down for a second. You should be able to see and hear me now though. Yeah, we're back. OBS just went down and came back up. Weird. Yeah, that's what this. Yeah, it was an error sound from Windows. Yeah. Wait. Did I just have a stroke? Oh, I don't want this to be an array. I just want it to be like that. All right, let's see what this does. Look at all those keys. Everything is just title. Oh no, because we need to actually pass in the name. And then the label here needs to be the name. That's fine. Yeah, so spa, def, beautiful. Those aren't what we want. What we do want are the keys, and somebody mentioned there might be a keys function on Zod. Let's look at the Zod docs. Create a Zod enum schema from the keys of an object schema. That's pretty dope. Let's do that over here. We'll just say export const keys. Yeah, the main thing you get with Zod is the TypeScript type. So the fact that I can do this line right here and extract out the interface. Why isn't it showing me? This is the valid interface here. I don't think you can do that with Joy. Yup might support that, but glad to hear that, Mark. Congrats. Okay, so now keys, yeah, this is what we want. So it's an enum, and then now I can import that enum. Let's rename it to travelog keys. Or travelog properties. Yes. And now this I can definitely do object.keys on it. Right? I want the underlying enum. Like that. Yeah. Title, description, image, rating, latitude, longitude, visit date. That's it. We did it. So that grabs the keys of the enum, which is awesome. And then it's here we're saying name is a string, but really this is a it's a type of enum. Wait, what? Yeah, we need to map these to their corresponding label. That is a thing as well. Is this what I want to do here? Cannot find namespace. This is what I want. I really just want that. So I just want the type. I guess I want the type and the value. What am I trying to do here? How can I say that when I map over this enum, the values are going to be keys of that enum? So I have object.keys here. When I do like key of, oh well. Yeah. No worries, Steven. You can watch the replay. I'm doing pretty boring stuff right now. Key of, type of. Yeah. Let's put that into a type. Travel log property. Yeah. That's the winner. Look at us. We can TypeScript. We can TypeScript all day long. And then here, I do believe now I can say this is that. Why is that complaining? Well, I guess it is a string, but then we just say as that. That's what we want. Okay. Does type of work with instances? I don't have a good answer to that. I think yeah, with interfaces, I don't know. I think it doesn't because the interface is that type. I don't have a good answer for you. But now we can start to clean this up. So you can see here it has title cannot be empty, but because actually what I want to do is I want to say errors at name. And then I mean, really, like I don't want to. Let me see if I can do this. Let's throw this into function. It returns that. Let me say const property is name as travel log property. And now that shouldn't complain because it knows that errors has all of these properties and property is of that property. So we can do that. And now we can get the custom error message here, not the, but the specific error message here too. Possibly undefined. That's okay. This is it. This is it. So now we should get, yeah, so now we get all of the expected errors. Now we want to set their types. And we'll hold on to this for now. Why does everyone use a map function to render HTML? It's because we're in React specifically. And this is all to do with the virtual DOM. So yeah. Yeah, so that's what we're going to do next, BS, is we need to capitalize things, and then we also need to set the type. So like when I come across description, I want to see a text area instead. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to create an object or an array of objects that has the stuff. Let's think about it like this. So this is going to be travel log input. This is going to have a name, which is going to be of type travel log property. Because if we look at this type, this can only be the valid things: title, description, image, rating, latitude, longitude, visit date. So that's the name. And then we also want a type, and this is either input or text area. And what else do we need? Minimum and maximum? Well, type is, yeah, you're right. That could run into a like a reserved name issue. This is allowed because we're inside of an object, essentially. When to use a type versus an interface? A lot of people say just use a type all the time. I think if you're describing an object, use an interface. If you're doing anything else, you probably want to type. But also, Google it, because you'll probably find some better answers. I'm pretty sure Matt Pocock has a really good video on type versus interface. Why don't I put the map function inside of a use memo? It's probably too much memoization. All right, let's think about this. Oh yeah, so this could also be a number. Number, and then I guess it also could be a date. Yeah. I guess it also could be a URL. Okay, and then I can say something like travel log inputs. And I kind of want this to be an object. And I actually want it to have, this is what I want. I want travel log inputs to be key. I do this. And then this is an object that has a type like that. What's the syntax of this? Where I want a dynamic property in here, I agree with that, Oscar. Text. URL is a type of input, yeah, and then the browser will also do its own URL validation. Key of? Type of? Is that what I want? I don't want a record though, or do I? I basically, so what I want to be able to do is I want to say something like title, and then this has a type of text, and then description, and this has a type of text area. I want to be able to do this. I mean, I guess, yeah, I guess I could do that then, huh? Hi, Andre. Use a record. Like this. So I can say that this is a record that goes from that type to this, and that type is travelog property. Like that. Why is this complaining? Assigned a value but never used. Well, that's fine. Yeah, so this is the type error that I wanted. I wanted TypeScript to tell me if I was missing something. You're right. I want entries. Thank you, buff entries. But specifically, I want TypeScript to yell at me if I haven't defined a thing. So I need description, and then I want it to tell me my other things. So like image, type is URL. And then well, it's not telling me now. We can just look at it. We have rating, which is of type number. Thanks, TypeScript. I mean, I think it's just my editor. And then we want latitude and longitude. We want visit date. But I'm going to add another type here for label, or another property here for label, where I can do something like this. But then on the type, I can say label is an optional string. Float and not number. TypeScript only has number. We specifically want number for when we're rendering the elements, though. I think the other thing is, though, I kind of want access to these values that I'm passing into the Zod validator. Is there a way to do that? Yeah. Yeah, I guess you're right, Oscar. It started auto-completing after I started typing. I think this is what we want now, because now if we iterate over travel log inputs, we can say something like if value dot type is text area, then we're going to do something special. Otherwise, we go with the input like this, div is outside of it. But if it is a text area, then we do this. And then the errors also go outside. All right. Do we have a syntax error? Because this thing's freaking out. Okay. Here we go. If value.type equals text area, then we have this. Otherwise, we have an input like this. The curly brace goes there. There's an extra curly brace. There we go. How many months does it take to comfortably read this fancy Reactor JSX? Because it's hurting my eyes right now. Probably months. I don't like it. I was looking at some like really complex React code bases, and like it doesn't even feel like JavaScript anymore. It's just so ugly. Like, so a while back, I posted a thing talking about how React devs potentially have like Stockholm syndrome. Like, what I mean by that is they've been using it for so long and they've gotten so used to it that they forget how weird it is. I mean, you could argue, I never thought it was weird and I got used to JSX right away. If you've done any other kind of web development, this is just weird. Is this not weird? It's weird. I still do like Vue. Yeah, I do. All right, but here's what we've done. So if it's a text area, we're going to render this out. Otherwise, we're going to render an input. And now we can say if it's a number, URL, or text. It's very weird. I don't know. I feel like we're also like biased here because a lot of people that watch me, they kind of agree with me. I don't know. I do understand that like the more you use it, the more you'll get used to it. But I mean, even me, an experienced like I have like 5+ apps in production that were written with React. I've been writing React since 2016. Even it took me 3 minutes to find that extra curly brace. I don't know. Here, the type, we're going to put value.type like that. Now, I guess I kind of want an outlined text area. I wonder if there's a text area bordered. Yeah, there is. I guess we've been live for a little over 3 hours. But look at what we've done now for rating. Like I can't type text. We want a number, so like 5. Expected number received string. How can I get around that? It's an input. It's gonna be a string. Maybe React hook form has something about that. Oh, we're setting it to type equals number now, though. You can tell because we have this type of input, and also like our date. It's using a date input. z.coerce.number. Can I put that on the type? Yo, that's sick. That's awesome. So expect to get whenever you're validating it, expect to get a string, but then coerce it into that type. I like that. Let's see. That's pretty cool. Mind blown. Yeah. Invalid date. So now if I do this, Yeah, it doesn't complain about that date either. Wow. Wow. Yeah, transform would probably be if we have like a custom type. Value as number? Yeah. I think that's the issue, right? Denalium is like, I'm trying to make this reusable. So like I could have copy pasted a bunch of HTML. We also could have like this could be extracted into its own component called like uh form field, and then we decide what to render based on that. So that's great. Now, here's where there's some potential code duplication. Because what I talked about earlier is I wanted to have these mins and maxes because we can actually pass the min and the max to an input. So, yeah, you're right. It doesn't complain about being empty. How can I fix that? I guess because technically it's 0. Let's set some default values for these. Well, like rating should show as 0. But it doesn't. Yeah, but like these values here, I don't know if there's a programmatic way to get those from Zod other than just like duplicating them over here. Because then I could have like min, max, etc. Let's see if there's something interesting I can do here. So like travelog dot latitude is not a thing. Not validating it straight away, so it doesn't know the default. You know what? I can also pass in initial. Part of React hook form is initial values. So you have resolver, and I think you also have. Pretty sure there's a way to pass in initial data. How do we do that? How do I search the docs? Dot definition should give it to us. Let's see. Thank you, Zabath. Travel log dot definition dot shape type name. What's up, Nuke? What did I want to do? I appreciate that, Nuke. Thanks for the 5 months. That's awesome. I think you're supporting me on Twitch and YouTube. I do appreciate that. All right. Search the docs for default values in Zod. I think we're doing that over here. Over here, default values. Yeah, that's it. You're right. There it is. And here I can say title, default to empty string. Description, empty string. Rating, 10. Latitude, I don't know. Longitude? Is this even React? I mean, it's React with a bunch of libraries. And then, wait, visit date? Is that optional? Why wasn't it complaining about that? Now, we should have some default values. Like this, yeah. So these get pre-populated. This one didn't get pre-populated, though. I mean, it's their own rating. I can default it to 5. Latitude and longitude are, I guess, like floating point numbers, but we can't differentiate between them because this is TypeScript, JavaScript. And thank you, Nuke. I appreciate that. Yeah, why? Date is not assignable to type string. It doesn't show the date there. I guess technically I don't want to coerce it into a date. No, I do. I don't know why it's not pre-populating. Yeah, it's funny, Nookie Poo. I think a lot of people are over there because they're using the Twitch chat. It's also fascinating. I think it's kind of hilarious. Like, who else is streaming in software and game development right now? Let's see. This is probably against the terms, right? It has to be. Literally, the top of the category tells you to go to YouTube. That's funny. I think it's hilarious. If they ban me, I'll just go to YouTube. I can make a lot more money here. Should it be a date object or a timestamp? We are saying it's date objects. I think when we store it in the database, it's going to be a date object because it is MongoDB. Yeah. To ISO string? Please don't report it, Oscar. What's up, Kevin? Welcome in. All right. I think all we need at this point, well, I guess never mind. It's not all we need because we were going to add a min and a max. Does the default form value accept dates? I see you're right. You're right. String is not assignable to date. And then really I just TS ignore this. Because it's like, hey. Ooh, date string? No, it's not pre-populating. The type date is getting passed incorrectly. I don't know. I'm not gonna worry about it. Yeah, that just has to do with my browser setting, Hugo. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about it. I think the other thing is we would potentially add the other validations in here, like min and max. I guess here's the thing. The more I try to write like maintainable production code, the longer I spend, right? Like if I if I didn't care as much and if I just copy paste this code, I feel like we'd be done by now. I don't know. I think ultimately you can see where my mind's at though, because like I like a single source of truth, right? Like not having to create there's such a thing as tool obsession. Yeah. If I hack this together, we'd be the thing is ultimately we're trying to recreate the thing that I created like 2 years ago, and that was just hacked together. There was no TypeScript. I mean, we technically still had validations, but if you think about like the code that I'm writing so far, I am attempting to reduce code duplication by having a single source of truth. Like, so basically the Zod validator is our single source of truth, which allows us to do things like this, to get the types, like the names of the properties. And then even this, so even though I've duplicated the properties here, I still consider this the source of truth because I will now get a TypeScript error. If I do this, it's going to be like, hey, banana isn't a property in the thing that you've defined. So ultimately, that's the travelogue is the single source of like type truth, and then I can use that type over here. Oh, you might be right, Mart. Yeah, you're totally right. So we have to format this thing? Ew. Let's do something like now is this, and now string is now dot get full year slash now.get full or get month. I believe months are 0 based index. Dot get date. Doesn't like it. What if I do? Well, first of all, let's just log this to make sure I'm getting what I expect. (2023-2-6). I need to pad them. Add start, max length 2, fill with zeros. Add num. And then we're going to pad the month +1. And then we're going to pad the date. And it needs to be, Oscar is telling me year dash month dash date. Input is going to be a number, and then we toString it, and we pat start it. All right, here we go. Yeah. This is the point where you would bring in a date library. Because that's a thing. I think we probably do want to add a date library to do this this formatting. Is toLocale date string, does that give us the right thing? It has the time on it. toISO string? Let's try that. toLocale string. Oh no, we still need the tsignore because the type says it's a date. I want now. toLocale date string. Yeah, so it does that, but I think that's in the wrong order. Let's see. Yeah, it doesn't like that because it's in the wrong order. We specifically have to format it that other way. That's fine. That's fine. Do we install date.js for this? I think so, because oh, I see what you're saying, Mark. We know how to TypeScript, so we will use tsignore. We will know when to tell it to ignore the thing. I guess technically this starts to make me think about like data access objects though, because like this is the type as it exists in the database. We also want the type, like the type that we're going to be sending in a post request, which actually does have strings instead of dates. Except if you're using super.json. I guess so. I've never used super.json before though. But this is why we're also running into this, is like we're specifying it as a string TypeScript thinks it should be a date. When we create a new object, I think it makes sense that it should be a date because then we can validate it as a date object. But then when we send it to the API, it's going to be stringified, which turns that date into a string. So yeah, right. And like what Jaicom is saying, like the type inside of your database is not the same type that you're viewing. I don't know. I want to keep moving. Don't import that. Let's let's actually make the post request. So when this create button is clicked, we're actually going to make the post request. We'll do that inside of here. So right now we're just logging the data, but eventually we're going to fetch against API logs, and it's going to be a post. Post, and we'll have to specify. I do think we're going to have to do all of this manually. So the content type we're going to have to specify. Application JSON. Should the date just be a number of milliseconds and then you convert it on the front end? So when David from Feathers was on the stream, he mentioned that's how he likes to do things. Yeah, I guess, yeah, I'm not opposed to that, because then we just, so the type in the database could be a number, but that's the issue is like MongoDB natively has the date type, and like it corresponds to the JavaScript date type, which is why I'm doing this. I don't know. Been waiting for that post request for 45 minutes. Here we go. The body is going to be stringified of the data. So JSON.stringify that data. We get back the response. We're going to await it. We're going to make this an async function. This is literally the only request we need to make. So no Axios. And then the response is going to be response.json. And then we'll just log that out. Keeps auto importing log from console. So on submit, call the API, stringify the data, tell it that we're sending JSON, and then it should just work. So now if we fill out this properly, so I went to Disney World, went on a business trip. It was fun. The lines were short during the week. Image, let's find a nice image of Disney World. That's cool. Yeah, it'll be that image. There. Rating, 10. We need to find the latitude, longitude, so let me pull up a map really quick. So, I have I have the latitude longitude. We'll throw that in here. I think this is the other thing is we will have to when this form is on a user's like on a map or something like that, they don't want to manually put in the latitude longitude. We're gonna have like them drop a pin on the map, and then under the hood we'll grab the latitude longitude. When did I go here? This would have been like 2014. Let's call it March of 2014. There, that's what data went there. Create. Please enter a number. Oh no. Okay, so it had a space at the beginning. Oh, do I have, so okay, I guess I'm not familiar with this. In the web browser, do I have to say like type? I mean, I said type number. Oh no. Oh no. It's not an, yeah, good. It's not an integer. It is a number that has a decimal point on it. So the browser's validation does not like this. How do I allow decimals? HTML input allowed decimals. Step any. Cool. Cool. So here, yeah. I guess I'll just put this no matter what. I could detect if it's like a number type. Here we go. It worked. I can't believe that worked first try. It's in our database now. Look at that. It's in our database. And so now if we refresh the page, we see it. Disney World is there. Insane. Insane. And now there are one in the database. Cool. And also if we go to API/logs, there it is. Nice. Nice. Now let's show it on a map. Let me 10 rating, yeah. Okay, so here's the thing. There's a lot more logic that needs to happen here. So like after the thing gets created, we then need to request the rest on the map, but we need to build out the rest of the app before we can get there. So I'll just say to do refresh list of travel logs, and then also to do handle form submission errors. Because it's possible that the backend does not like what we send when we click create. So it could be validated on the front end, but then when the backend receives it, it could throw an error. And we need to show that error here. The database is just running on my machine. It's just running locally. All right. No longer a one-day project. Yeah, we're gonna come back to these to-dos today. Yeah, we'll be back at these to-dos today. Let me just commit. That's a lot of changes. Sparkles, add travel log form. Cool. Now we need a map. So when they come to the home page, I want to show a map, and anything that's in the database needs to show up on that map. Now, what are we going to use for the map? We're going to use Mapbox. This. And we specifically want their Mapbox GL.js. And there is a React library that integrates this. Let's go with leaflet. I feel like that's really cool. What is this? 3D maps? That's fascinating. Hey, that's where I am. How does it know? How do they know? Is this actually a video? Wait. When you all go here, no, I mean, it didn't show exactly where I'm at. When you go there, does it show where you are? The thing is, this is a video. This is literally a video. Maybe they just render the video on the server, or they choose which video to show. I could be leaking my address there too. Shows Denver for you too? Cool, great. And you say the DuckDuckGo doesn't log, yeah. So this is the library that we're going to use. Okay, glad to hear it. Glad to hear that I didn't get doxxed. I live in Denver. I'm in Denver right now, which is why I said that. Um, so there is this VizGL thing, this React Map GL. And this is built on top of Mapbox, but you can get your maps inside of React. We're all in Denver? Great. Why don't I use hooks and use mutation with on success with like React query? Oh, because this is literally the only request we're going to be making. Yeah, I don't see a point in bringing in a library for this one post request. We could, I don't know. It just 2 years ago, I built this entire app in 4 hours, and that's 4 hours with talking to chat, answering questions, and just building the thing. We are almost 4 hours in, and we literally just have like form validation. I guess technically we have the backend routes too. I don't know. It's making me think a lot about the state of modern web dev. I mean, any of the fresh spots or even listed streams will make you think about that. There's just so much tooling and like extra work. But I guess that's the thing, right? Like we're using TypeScript because like this is a more robust code base, right? The code base that we wrote before isn't using TypeScript, so like we were guessing stuff. I'm not guessing, like we knew what we were doing. But if I went back into that code base today, would I know what everything is doing? Probably. Look, that sets up a schema. Let's look at our, yeah, I guess our server side had a post request. We had a rate limiter too. Get the stuff from the database. Validate the thing. And then our client side was pretty simple too. I think we just had a big giant app component. Trading time to code versus being maintainable in the future. Yeah, but I'm almost like, is it really that much more maintainable? I think you can argue that for other developers, for people that are not the ones that wrote the code, potentially it's going to make it easier to navigate the code base. But also, like, I mean, I haven't looked at this code base in 3 years, and it's going to take me a second to get up to date on it. I'm also really curious though. Did we created a log entry form? Yeah, I mean that's basically it. We just we didn't get fancy with it. We literally duplicated all the code, and I think we were using React hook form last time too. Yes, we're having an existential crisis. That's what's happening right now. Is I'm basically just trying to justify all of this work that we're doing. I think that's the tricky part as well. That like if you look at this code base, and you're a more experienced developer, you might look at this code base and say, "Oh, well, that's a beginner code base. That's a code base for people that are learning to code." But I think that's also like what I'm getting at here is like, for someone learning to code, this is so much. This is just so much. Like, there's just so much. And it's all like nuanced too. Like, it's not just React. It's not just Next. Like, first of all, you have like JSX syntax. Then you have like the validation library. Then you have like all of the TypeScript stuff, like all of this weird typing stuff we did. Like that's TypeScript. That's not even JavaScript. It's just so much. I think that's the realization I'm coming to. It's like, it's just so much. Like if you were to try to get a beginner developer to build this app, there are so many concepts that would be new to them. I don't know. Would a beginner start with TypeScript? Probably not, but they also might. I guess that's the other issue, right? And so like if they haven't done TypeScript before and then they get hired at a company where they're doing TypeScript, they're going to have to learn. So it's going to take longer to onboard them. It's going to take longer for them to get up to speed. But also, and now it's potentially going to be harder for them to find a job because they need to spend more time getting up to date on all of this other stuff rather than just JavaScript. Yeah, that's why the advice to build stuff gets hands-on with these concepts. Yeah. I mean, ultimately, yeah, just build stuff, just practice. It's not that I'm realizing it just now. I guess I've also just been blissfully trying to ignore the state of everything. Yeah, and I guess that's the issue though. If you're not using Zod, you're writing a bunch of extra code. Because like if you look in our backend route, this one little line of code here with Zod would be 3 lines of code times the number of properties. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So like at least 21 lines of code just to do the validation in one spot. You could extract it out into like a reusable validator. I don't know. I have 0 effort to learn TypeScript. Do you think that'll hinder me down the road? I think it will. I think most companies are switching over to TypeScript, or at least any new components they add to a code base are written in TypeScript, or new stuff is written in TypeScript. It's not just TypeScript that's slowing us down here though. It's one factor. It is one factor. But all of that said, let's install this library. I am going to look at the Mapbox docs though, because I don't know if they recommend this library. Yeah, and I think that's the other thing that's also like not as beginner friendly. It's just like even like the code that I wrote right here, I would think you probably need a couple of months experience with React to even think about using a solution like this. This is basically like a custom input renderer. It's nice in that like it renders out the errors, it chooses the right input type. You could get much more complex with this though, especially if you're using a component library with like a date picker component and stuff like that. But I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's another good point, Mr. Luxon, is like, it's not just beginners, it's just like anybody that hasn't looked at web dev in the past 2 or 3 years. All right, get started. Examples. Display a map on a page. Yeah, so this uses the Mapbox GL library itself. I don't know if they have a React one. Yeah, but I think here's the other thing though. Like what I'm doing right here is a very large portion of front-end web development. Right? Like form validation. Like apps are just full of forms everywhere. There's a plugin and framework section. Oh, thank you. Map rendering plugins, framework integrations. Yeah, this is the one I want. Well, React, Mapbox GL. The thing is, this one is different than React Map GL because this one has not been updated in 2 years. This one, I believe, is from the Airbnb team. Well, like they had like it used to be under Airbnb, and then they have this organization now called VizGL. But this one was updated 2 weeks ago. Maybe I meant Uber. And yeah, I think VizGL was Uber. This one's from Uber, not Airbnb. I think you're right, Syncmaster. What is DeckGL? Whoa. It's working with datasets, yeah, but the same creators created React MapGL. I'm gonna go with this one because the one suggested in the Mapbox docs here, this is an outdated one. We're gonna go with this library. Here we go. Also, hopefully it works. I was gonna say hopefully it works inside of Next. It has to work because it's gonna be in a client component. Oh, sorry about that, DJ Concarne. Oh, you can't hear me. You can't hear me if you're at work. We're gonna add React Map GL. We want a map. Where do we want a map? You know, we could try putting it here, but it's not going to work here because this is a server component. But let's just do it. Let's just do it because we can see the error. Mike the Tree Climber, thank you. Who says, I love what you do. It's so informative and teaches concepts that I didn't even know were possible. To me, the hardest thing about coding is just understanding what is possible. Sure, I thought about doing just a series. I won't necessarily be scripted, but it's gonna be. I want to create like a however long it takes video called "You Can Do That with JavaScript," and I want to show like building basic web pages, but then also like building Electron apps, and also building native apps, and then also doing like hardware programming with JavaScript. Like there are so many things you can do with JavaScript. It'd be really cool to show that. All right. I'm gonna attempt to load the map. I think this is gonna break. This is gonna break because map is a client-side component that needs like JavaScript type stuff. But let's see it happen. Yeah, Moshiko, I talked about it earlier, but the course is on pause while I rethink how I'm gonna do things. Create context only works in client components. Yeah. So what we're gonna have to do is just extract all of this out into like a travel log component because it's all client-side code. Honestly, this makes me think we shouldn't even use Next.js for this because like we don't like. It's like we can't really benefit from server-side rendering because it has to all be on the client side, but that's okay. We're gonna create a travel log component. And we will export default travel log. And this is going to do the thing that does that. How does hardware coding with JS work when it's single-threaded? It's all interrupt to the more native stuff. So the native stuff is it is what it is. Oh, I've used the same name in multiple places. I don't want to do that. I'm gonna call this the travel log map. Travel log map, like that. And then in here, we don't import map anymore. That just goes over here. Import that from components. I need to put use client on it. So we learned this earlier with our form component. Yeah, Hugo Das has it. So we need to put this to tell Next that this specifically is a component that will only be rendered on the client. Nice. And then there's a bunch of errors. But we'll fix that. Cool. So it's rendering out the map. I think for now, let's just try to style it. So we have our main element. We'll do something like pass the travel logs down to the travel log map. So on the travel log map, let's add some props here. Find an interface, travel log map props. And logs is going to be an array of travel log with ID. Here we definitely want to import the type, just the type. I mean, while we're thinking about it, we can just try to put the pins on the map. Like if we look at examples, we literally just want markers on the map. Let's look at their example code. We need a marker component with a pin. Freshbots map. I can go look at it. Yeah, I'll do that. So we can import map and marker from Mapbox.gl. And then we want a marker for every log in the logs array. So we're going to map over that. That's going to give us each log, travel log. And then we want a marker there. Yeah, so I need that pin component. Parenthesis, curly brace. So pin gets imported from here. This is literally just an SVG. Okay, let's go grab an SVG. Feathers icons has SVGs. How am I feeling about Next.13? I haven't really had to learn much about it. I think the one thing that we did do that's specific to Next.13 is being able to query our database like right inside of our server component. So that's pretty cool. Other than that, we haven't really. I guess I don't know what of it are like newer features. So yeah. Let's find an SVG. This one. Pin, map pin. I just want to grab the SVG code. That. What is Next.js? It is a meta framework for building full stack apps with React as the rendering technology. But it does a lot of other stuff. So we have like our API folder, so we can have specifically API functions. And when we deploy this, these can be serverless functions. And then we specifically have server components or page, like these are always going to be server rendered because it has to do some like backend specific stuff. And then we also have like client-side components, like a form with client-side validation, and then in this case, a map, because that's only client-side stuff. So Next basically glues all of this stuff together for you. What are we doing? We're putting some SVG right in there. Boom. Last name. Yeah, because if you were doing this with just React or like just create React app, you wouldn't get server-side rendering, and you get to make all your own decisions about like where stuff goes. I think some of the main benefits of Next are going to be the fact that you get server-side rendering, you get API functions, and then you also get hybrid rendering. So it can like initially render a page with server-side rendering, and then it can start acting like a single-page application. We don't want an on-click for now. Should be able to do log.id, and then log.longitude, and log.latitude, like that. Okay. Let's look in the console. It's probably complaining that I don't have a Mapbox token. Yeah, so I need an API access token in order to use this. And so I think I can pass in there's like a Mapbox access token. I can pass this in right here, so that way we can use it. So let me do that. I need to go get an access token. Yeah, I don't know if I did that for Mapbox. Did I, Hugo? Um, but I've been known to do that. What was your announcement? Oh, oh, this is the old overlay, Oscar. The old overlay does not have all the new features, um, like announcements and stuff like that. Yeah, Jiffy was the one where I just searched Google for it. Cool. So I got myself an access token. I'm gonna hard code it right now, and then I'm gonna pull it out into my .env if it works. Like this. Let's see. Yeah, check this out. Well, there's an error in the console. Invalid DOM property stroke line cap. Doesn't matter. If we zoom out, we should see Disney World. Um, Welcome in, Chris. Yeah. We should see Disney World. We don't. Um, Give me a second. Hey, thank you, Murdoch. Thank you for the 2 months. Um, the console was specifically complaining about um, stroke line cap. These are possibly need to be defined like this because they're SVG properties, and we're inside of JSX. Um, yeah, I don't have any tips of motivation maxed out. I haven't done a lot of it. So if you're talking about the IPC, so it's basically there are certain things that need to run on the render process or the background process. And IPC or like interprocess communication allows you to communicate between the background process and the rendering process. I've only done a little bit of that. I don't have any tips on it. That's my key, but it's public. You when I deploy the app, you're going to see this token, so it's okay that that is leaked. Um, it's a client side token. It's not a server side token. Support for default props will be removed from function components in future major release. Use JavaScript default parameters instead. I'm doing the wrong thing on marker? Let's look at I mean, do they have docs on marker? Documentation. API reference. Marker. Longitude, latitude, anchor. Hmm. Um, is it just not visible? It should be there. What if I don't do an SVG? What if I just have some text? Hello world. Like this. New. I guess I'll search the repo for this error. Warning. Use JavaScript default parameters instead. I don't know what that means. Because I am just pulling in the marker component. So pin is just an SVG. That's what I looked at. So it's just a SVG extracted into a separate component. Let's search their GitHub. For issues. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. This is just an old feature of React that the library is using. Should I use that other one? I just want a marker on the map, and I don't have it. Well, yeah. The thing is, I'm in React, so I specifically do need a React wrapper. Yeah. So we specifically want the React. I mean, honestly, let's try it because there is a React Mapbox geo. Yeah, and this one's different. React binding to it. Am I sure the error is causing an issue? No. I have no, but I don't know why the stuff isn't rendering, so I'm just assuming that I'm just assuming that the error is why the point isn't popping up. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Let's try it. I'm not going to remove the other one just yet. If this doesn't work, we'll use leaflet. Like we'll just use leaflet. No issue. Well, unable to resolve dependency tree. Found React. So that's the other issue. Is this library only works with React 16? Good point, Whites. Let's just try that. No, the one I was using is React Map Geo. React Mapbox Geo. I skipped over because it was last published 2 years ago, but we also just learned that it has a pure dependency on React 16, so we'll potentially also run into errors there. Show me that hello world. We don't see it at all. Huh. I guess we'll just use leaflet. We'll just use leaflet. React leaflet. Here we go. Oh, nice, Avrumi. Glad to hear it. my wife is wearing that same shirt today. Or was she wearing it yesterday? She wore it recently. And if you don't know what they're talking about, merch.coding.garden, there is this shirt. Now that's what I call code. All right, let's look at their GitHub. In production mode, TypeScript returns an unexpected semicolon error. React Leaflet does not render properly, not functioning. I see. You just have to import the CSS. Let's try it. We're gonna try React Leaflet. Get started. Installation. Leaflet and React Leaflet. Okay, so we're going to remove that and that. And then we're going to install Leaflet and React Leaflet. Package bloat. Look, we need a package for maps. Like we can't just. I mean, I guess we technically don't. We could just use. Well, we would need like Leaflet bare, but React Leaflet wraps it. So, and then it has TypeScript support, so we'll add the types as well. We'll import the map container in the tile layer. Why can't I use the normal Mapbox library? Because it deals with DOM elements, and potentially also like a canvas element. I guess no, GL doesn't render on a canvas, does it? It has like its own rendering context. It's tricky to mix vanilla JavaScript libraries with React without creating some sort of integration layer, which is why we're using one of those libraries that basically created the integration layer for us. I mean, we could look at their source code to see what's involved, but like, for instance, React Map GL, if we look at the source directory and we look and find that capital M map component, so here it is. It allows all these props. Yeah, then we have to deal with refs because we would then be refing the element on the page. There's also some code in here that like makes sure that the library actually gets loaded. And then when it renders out, it puts it inside of a div. And then it has a ref to that div so that it can pass that ref to the underlying library. And then like this code, basically we'd have to duplicate this code, and it's a lot to think about, which is why we have the integration library so we don't have to write it ourselves. Yeah. Okay, so now we need to set it up. Yeah, so with Svelte, because Svelte doesn't have a virtual DOM, you can basically just say, hey, Svelte, ignore this element, and then just do some plain old JavaScript stuff. All right. We want ourselves a little map container. Yeah, I guess I'm just going to comment this out for now. We might reuse some of the code. Yes. And then we also want marker and pop-up. And that should just give us a map. So let's try it. Well, we do need to add the CSS, but yeah, so it's ugly. At least we're getting a map, though. At least we're getting a map. But we do need to add the CSS from Leaflet. I'll take a look at that. How am I doing that highlight trick? What highlight trick? I don't know what you mean. Make sure all dependencies are installed. Make sure Leaflet's CSS is loaded. So we need to add Leaflet's CSS. I guess we can import it right here. Leaflet /dist/ leaflet.css maybe? Let's look in the node modules folder. So there is leaflet dist leaflet.css. That's what we want. Okay, so we've imported it there. And then we need to give the map element an actual height. So yeah, so it's height of 0 right now, because there's that whole div leaflet container there. Let's put this inside of a div. And make this full width. And full height. See what happens. Div. Well, I guess we do have to define that the main element has full width and height. But then do we have to give a height to the body? Main, div, div. We put it directly on there. I checked that the data coordinates are reaching the component. We still need to style everything else. So I do think on the page, this will have 100% width and height, and then the layout is where we can do something like, well, I guess we could technically do it in the global CSS, like height, 100 view height. Overflow, all overflow hidden. We don't want overflex O or overflow Y. There we go. Got ourselves a big old full screen map. And if we zoom out, we don't have any points on the map yet, though. There's a weird little square right there. But what we want now is we want to put a marker on Disney World. Is there a marker? Also, my control wheel is not zooming in and out. I'm curious if there's like a special property I have to set to be able to do zoom with the mouse wheel. Let's look at the travelog map, though. There was a weird... Oh, that was the mark? Oh, I see. Marker at that position. I see. But instead, if we do... if we map over logs... position will be log.latitude, log.longitude. Scroll wheel zoom true. Oh, look at that. I don't know why that was set. Good call. All right, now I can zoom out with my scroll wheel. And would you look at that? It tried to put a marker on, on Disney World. Also, why are some of the map tiles not loading? Here they go. Just taking a second. A pretty CSS3 pop-up. I have not heard the term CSS3 in like years. People just call it CSS these days. All right, so the marker marker doesn't load by default. But it's in the right spot. Look at that. That's Disney. That's the right spot. At least it tried. Yeah, so J-Hosh Bush has the dark tile layer. Actually, I think we'll just use the tile layer from Fresh Spots. Let me go grab that really quick. Not that. When does CSS4 come out? I don't know. I do not know. You're welcome, Mark. It's not over though. Refresh it 1 second from loading. Will that? Wally? Who's Wally? Also, why are these tiles not loading? Come on. Thanks for all these follows on Twitch. Oh, Waldo. I see. Yeah, I'm right here. Find me. Where's Wally? Refresh the size? Oh, I think you're totally right. Like a dynamic height? Oof. Only plain objects can be passed to client components. Date objects are not supported. I mean, that makes sense. That makes sense. No, images do not fall under the CORS restriction. Images can be loaded from any origin. Cool. We just need a better marker, and then we're good to go. For whatever reason, this marker just I guess the default one doesn't load. React leaflet marker files not found. I see. You can import them from the library itself. Wow. We'll do this at the top here. Icon URL is not assignable to type string. I guess. Let's see if this works, because this overrides the default icon. Oh, good call, Oscar. So, oh, there it is. Look at that. I don't like how it. Maybe we have to change the anchor position, but that, my friends, is Disney World. Look at that. Here's the other thing: is whenever the pop-up opens, we can put the description of that travel log. So log.description. Yeah, I think one thing we can do is like, let's just say on mount. So we'll do a little use effect here. On mount, invalidate the map. Do I pass map there? Have I just created an infinite loop? Use leaf context can only be used in a descendant of map container. That's fine. We could do something like this. A little component that does that. Inside a callback. It's not a callback, it's a component. We'll put it in a separate component. So I just have a component called invalidate size. Has it been 40 minutes? I don't know. The thing is, like, I want to have something working because, I mean, a lot of people tuned in today, and I really appreciate everybody tuning in. And I don't want to just stop working. So I want to at least get something working. There we go. Let's see how often this gets called though. Cannot use a JSX component to return type void. It's not a valid JSX element. Oh. Invalidating. All right, so invalidating runs once, or I guess it ran twice. Well, that's good. I just didn't want to see it run 100 times. That's really all I wanted. Nice. I think I need to change the anchor position of the marker. Because like if you look at this, it just stays in the same spot. Whereas if you look at mine, it's like shifting. So is there a anchor? Or do you, I think you put the anchor position in the icon. Yeah. Yeah, thanks, Oscar. Yeah, because it was like, you got to refresh the map for some reason at some point. And then what does this want? Icon anchor is of type L.point expression. Zero, zero? Also, we should center around all of the logs. Let's call this init map. And we'll pass the logs down. Like this. And then I think there's a map function for like map.center on points. We've done this in the past. There's a way to pass it a bunch of points and it just like finds the center of that. Fit bounds. We could just look, let's look at fresh spots because I'm pretty sure we're doing it in fresh spots. Components. Islands. Fresh map. Am I sure it's leaflet? Yeah. Map fit bounds. And then you can create a bounds with an array of things. Okay. Codes feel so fresh. Cool. So we grab all of the bounds from all of the logs, and then we'll just say map.fit bounds to those bounds. Easy. So now when the map loads, it should just have Disney World. Yes, it's zoomed way too far in. I think it's, what's the default zoom here? 13? 4 maybe? If I don't specify either. Yeah, that's nice. And then as I add more points, it'll center around all of them. But you can see how this thing is moving. I don't want the anchor point at 0, 0. I kind of want to find like the size of this image. 25 by 41. So the image is 25 by 41. Can we pass in a size attribute here? Yeah, so icon size is 25 by 41. And then the icon anchor, we want to be at the bottom. Create a group and then do group.getBounds. This seems all right for now. Missing the logs dependency. Cool. So it's the X and the Y. The X would be 25 divided by 2, and then the Y would be all the way at the bottom. Yes. Maybe? It's still like, I feel like it's shifting slightly. Does that seem right? Or do we just want it there? No. We want it there. Yeah. Look at that. Because that's pinpointed it exactly. And like it doesn't shift around, but as we zoom in, the bottom of it stays. Cool. And thank you, Oscar. We'll do that. So this will prevent users from zooming the UI because we don't want to do that. Because you're zooming within the map. Initial scale 1. User scalable. No. Cool. Look at that. Went on a business trip. It was fun. The lines were short during the week. The pop-up anchor also needs to be adjusted. Is there an anchor point? The pop-up is not in the right spot. Like I see, I wanted to do that. I think for this, we probably want to look at the leaflet docs. Yeah, what's up, Kataman? Welcome in. It's against the terms, so I'm not allowed to stream simultaneously to both places. I used to use a thing called Docker Multistream. It just runs on my computer and then it can stream to multiple places, but it is against the terms. What am I doing? We want to look at pop-up, this thing. Offset? The offset of the pop-up position. Yeah, okay. And then can we give it the same offset? 25 divided by 2, 41? No, the opposite. Negative 41? There we go. There we go. So we just needed 0, -41. So -41 puts it above the thing. I mean, we could go even less, like 32, and then it'll be like slightly on top, like that. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. All right. Here's what we need to do now. We need a way for the user to see that new spot, or that not spot, that new travel log form. We need a way for them to see that, so that they that way they can fill it out. And then add the new spot to the map. And then we'll be done with this. And then I can rethink how I'm actually going to teach this, because basically I want to take this code base and turn it into an hour-long YouTube video of me teaching how to do it. Oh, thank you, Franco. Appreciate that. We can get rid of this now, though. Throw it away. Yeah. Travel spots. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to do next, Hugo, is when you click on the map, put a marker on the map, but then that point can be dragged around, and then we'll have the form pop up maybe in the top right. Ship it. I'm going to have a modal. We'll figure it out. I think I want a sidebar, like a sidebar that pops out or something like that. We also could style the information that shows in the pop-up, because right now I just have the description. Isn't there the the DT and DL? What are those? Isn't that a thing? I forget what these are called. Is that the right thing? Definitions? Description term. Yeah, I think this is what I want, because I have like title. I guess we don't even have to do title. We could do like the proper way to do this is put it in a p tag and then style the sizing with Tailwind. That's probably what I should do. These should just be p tags, and then we'll style them with Tailwind. So possibly, Oscar, if you didn't think about that. It's using an older version of DOM Purify too. Descriptions? Definitions? All right, we want text large. And text bold? Bold? Font bold. See what this gives us. Font weight? Disney World. Went to business trip. I didn't even think about, we need editing. So I need to be able to click edit and then update the description. That's fine though. DL, DT, and DD are definition list, term, and definition, definition. Yeah. I thought that would make sense for the scenario, but I don't think it does. All right, we have the description, and then I want a p tag. And we're going to do text small and font italic. We're going to put the date right here. And this, I mean, it says it's a date object. This is actually where we do need to tell it that it's going to be a string, like that. And technically, we could put that into a new date object, and then from there, we can say to date string like that. Yeah. Well, not even. Monday, March 17th, 2014. Wait, what? Oh, okay, yeah, that's right. I was like, it's 2023. That's the date that I visited. That makes sense. What was the other the one we were looking at to locale date string? Yeah, that's what we want. Easy. Yeah, we could do that too, SpongeBob. Is like have a list of locations on the left. When you click them, it zooms to them. Yeah, definitely. Um, yeah, but I'm tired. I'm tired. What can I do? Like, I want to set like I don't know, a 20-minute timer. What can I do in the next 20 minutes to like wrap this up? At least for now, to put a nice little bow on it. Um, nice little bow. We'll be done for today. Honestly, I could stream again tomorrow just to like add the more features to it, and then there would be another stream where I actually do the like the walkthrough, deploy it. The only issue with that is right now the endpoints are not locked down. I'm not opposed to that, Oscar. That's actually a great idea. So if we literally have a standalone page, it's not the best user experience, but we could literally go to add. That will have the form, and then we click create. It redirects back to the home page. Let's just do that, because then we can get more spots on our map. Yeah. Port it to Svelte? All right, so right now we have our home page here. I think if I literally create, wait, can you not have a page called page? What if I create a page called add? Will this be a server component that has a route called add? You need a folder with a page.dsx? Is that how next 13 works? Fundamentals of routing. The app directory. Okay, yeah, so we do. We need a folder called add, and inside of that we'll have page.tsx. Okay, so now there it is. But what we want is like a nice little div. And then inside the div, we will render the form. Is there a smart way to add an API rate limiter so people don't spam endpoints? Yeah, there's a few ways to do it. It also depends on how your stuff is deployed. If you have it deployed just like a single node, a server that has where there's just a single Node.js process running, you can check out. There's literally a express rate limit, and then Codex is talking about token buckets. But this is a library that's just a middleware where you can give it like how soon it should start backing people off, and then it'll throw rate limiting errors. Also, if you have a deployment where you have a load balancer, the load balancer itself could also do the rate limiting. So it kind of depends on how you have things set up. So this is going to be a page. It gets loaded in the layout, which is body, and then the page is just going to be right here. So I want this to have a margin auto. Where did we put that earlier? Did we put that here? Oh, I guess we got rid of it because it's not even a thing. But the form. Oh no, it should already do that. It'll just be inside of that. Okay. Yeah, like that. But now it doesn't scroll. But we'll just say we'll get. I think ideally I can give this a overflow scroll, overflow auto. No. We did set the body using Next. Is it possible? But it also depends on how you deploy your app, because if you deploy it to Vercel, it's a serverless function, and so if you want to do rate limiting, you're also going to need to store users' IP addresses in a database, because you have a bunch of serverless functions spinning up. There's like no in-memory store. So you will need to look into specifically rate limiting for the host that you're using. Set the viewport to not scroll by the user. Yeah, for the body, because the body is the thing that had the map that was loading up. I think here, if I just set this to height 100%, now we get the scroll. So that's what I need to do. So I need to do overflow. Well, I don't even need to do that. I need to just do height full. Like that. Beautiful. And then also we can add some padding. Some margin. That's also weird. I think I want padding. Like, I just want some space between the top and the bottom of the form. We can just put that in the form itself. Like margin top 4, margin bottom 4. But that can be shortened to margin Y 4. Like that. That's what I want to see. Okay, beautiful. So now, oh, you know what? We never capitalized the form labels. And then we can make a little capitalize function. Oh no, we could do it with CSS. CSS has a capitalize. Nice. Look at that. Look at that. Okay, so now where else did we visit? Why is React code so ugly to look at? We talked about it earlier. Like, you cannot tell me that you're okay with this. Like, I don't know. What I really need, so to really make this argument, I need to be able to compare this to something else, right? So like, what would this code look like if you were writing it in Vue or writing it in Svelte, or even doing it like with even like PHP and Laravel and stuff like that. Here's the thing, Dean. This basically, now we take this and we put it into another component, right? So that cleans this up a little bit. So this now this is input field like this, right? Okay, so that we put it into another component. But then once it's in another component, this is still messy. This is not clean yet. So you can think about, all right, do I extract this into a field label? And then do I extract this into a field input? And then this is like a field error. At a certain point, then you just have a mess of components. And like then it becomes really hard to navigate the code base. Because now, okay, so I'm in this component and I see input field. And then I have to go to that definition. And then I see input label and I see input or input, whatever it is. And then I have to go to those definitions. So like even breaking it down into smaller components doesn't really fix the issue. It just creates a new issue. Yeah. Well, welcome in, How I Got Over. Welcome back. I mean, and I'm not. Yeah, I'm not. I'm also not saying we could I think it would benefit from at least pulling this into a component. I think that makes sense. I think that does make sense, but just fold the code and don't look at it. So that's another option. What was I about to do? We just need to add a new place because then it'll show up on the map. All right. Let me figure out what place I'm going to add. Yeah, I think I'm just going to add Meow Wolf. It's a pretty cool spot. You haven't heard of it. It's an interactive, multi-level art experience. Meow Wolf. There's one here in Denver. There's also one in Santa Fe and one in Vegas. It's pretty fun. So I'm going to add this to my map. Can I copy that? Great. Yeah, I think that's the other thing is by default, React code bases have a lot of ternary. You don't necessarily have to use the ternary. You could also use like this. Like if this is true, then render this. And then people have built higher level components. So like if expression and then render the stuff in here. Like you could write this higher level component. You also could have like if expression else and then like pass a component in there. There's a lot of ways to do it. I mean, I think that's why a lot of people like React is like there's a lot of options. You can pick which one you like the most. But yeah. Okay, when did I go to Meow Wolf? I don't know. 2022-ish? Sure, then. I give it a 10 out of 10. Meow Wolf is awesome. 2024. Multi-level interactive art experience. Not that. Oh yeah, American 2050 asked about IRL streams. The weather is getting better. Like it got really cold and frozen for a while. It's probably going to happen again, but right now the weather is pretty decent, so I might do an IRL stream soon. And then we need an image. We'll just go to their website. Would you make a list component with a zoom to button for the list of locations? Yeah, you would. You kind of just, there's nothing built in for it. You would basically iterate over the list, create an item for each one in the list, and create a button for each item. And then when you click the button, you'll need to write the code that zooms the zooms the map. I don't know what I was trying to say. About. Visit. Denver. Oh, there's one in Grapevine. Didn't know that. Give me this. I guess I could just search DuckDuckGo for Meow Wolf conversion station. Fly to is the map way of doing it. Like this. Yeah. Convergence is hard to read. You know, one thing we need to do is we should render the images on the map, in the pop-up on the map. So like right here, we have the title. We will have an image source, which will be log.image. And then we'll give this a width of, so they have a bunch of rules against professional camera equipment, and it's all indoor, so I don't know if I could do an IRL stream from there. I want to try eventually, though. We also need alt text. which is just going to be log title. Why is this complaining? Image could result in a slower LCP and higher bandwidth. Use image from next image instead to utilize image optimization. No, I'm in a client-side component anyways. Also, these images are hosted on a remote server. I don't know. I don't know. I want this div to be a flexbox with justify center and align center. Isn't that a thing? Can I not do align center? Or it's item center, isn't it? Yeah. Cool. Here we go. Well, here's what I need to do. On the form, after submit, I want to do a full redirect. So window.location, straight up, take me to the homepage. What? Is there a better way to do that? So when I click create, it's going to redirect me back to the homepage. It'll load the list of logs, and this should be in there. Here we go. Nice. And so now if I click on this, we can see there's Meow Wolf Convergence Station. And if I click over here, we can see it's Disney World. Beautiful. Isn't that what I want? Yeah, probably. I like how it does that zoom thing, but what's up with that? Why did the tiles not load like that? So I don't think we can do a router push because, I mean, maybe we can. Maybe we can. Fresh spots looks like. Should I do use router? We're in a client-side page though. I guess technically would it then single page, like it would try to do a single page app render of the home page? That would be cool. Let's try it. So if I do, if I grab the router at the top here, wait 200 milliseconds, I'll probably do that. Use router, which comes from next router. And then, so this got imported right there. I like Universal too. Honestly, the last time I was in Orlando, I think I went to Universal. I didn't go to Disney. And then right here, instead of doing this business, we say router.push homepage. All right. I think I should have like an ever-present add button that takes us to the add page. Let's do that. So on the home page, here's a nice little map, and then we're gonna have a div which is fixed. Position fixed. Top 2, right 2, and then a z index 10. And then we'll just have a button that says add. So I want like an info button. This will be an anchor tag instead. I guess, do I want a next link? Is that a thing? Does next have a link? This is what I want. And then I do link, and then the href is /add. Add travel log. It's not, the Z index is not high enough. Right? Z50. You can see it flash, like the button is there. Let's see. So we have our main. Wait, why? It should appear below it. The button is below the map. We need ZSX999. Yes, we do. So with Tailwind, you can do that. Let's see. Nice. Nice. ZZ top. Here's what I'm curious about. What kind of network stuff is happening? So let's go to add travel log. Next router was not meant. Why not? Can I not do this in a client-side page? Routing. Linking and navigating. Here we go. The use router hook. The use router hook allows you to programmatically change routes. So I need it. Oh, so I need it from Next navigation. I think that's why. I pulled it from the wrong place. Yeah, not Next router, Next navigation. There we go. Page loads. It got the add page. Which is just base 64 or like a wait, what? That's fascinating. Okay, let's add a new place. Where are we gonna add? We're gonna add the what's that thing in New York City? The Statue of Liberty. This Universal. This is what we want. It was fun. Got our latitude and our longitude. When did I go here? This probably was like 2012, 2013. 10 years ago? Let's call it March of 2013. Sure. The Great Pyramids of Giza. Well, maybe we'll add that one next. Copy image link. Throw the link here. And this gets a 7 out of 10. So 7 out of 10. All right, what I'm curious about is when I click create, it's going to navigate back to the home page. What assets are we going to need to download? Like, is it going to turn the list of logs into an API request? I'm really curious. Let's see. So it's there. It showed up. That's awesome. It's got all my map tokens. But so it made the post requests, which is fine. Then it got the home page, and the home page responded with what else we can see in the what are we requesting? So we're accepting No accepting anything? And then it's responding with all of this business. But this had to query my database. So it's like we're not seeing the API request like a JSON request or anything like that. We're seeing this encoded string, which then just got loaded back into the page, which is pretty slick. Pretty slick. Cool. Fascinating. Yeah, so what I want to do eventually, Fob, is like this form will be on the same page as the map, and then there should be a way to click on the map, and then that automatically grabs latitude, longitude. So you don't need to manually put it in. You can literally like click on the map, and then it'll grab it from there. Cool. I mean, we did this. I guess I'm fairly proud of this. We'll I'll be live again this week to continue working on it. I think the things that I want to add to it. Yeah, I mean, I've been to the Space Needle too. Where have I been? I've been to the Space Needle in Seattle. I've been to the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco. I've been to Big Bend National Park here in Texas. I've been to New Orleans. I've been all over. Been all over this map. Oh, I did capitalize. Check it out. We use CSS. Check it out. Add to fresh spots. Okay. Yeah, I'll push this to GitHub so you can look at the code. And then I'm gonna get out of here. Farthest west you've ever been is the Grand Canyon. Oh wow. I want to go to the Grand Canyon. I might go there like within the next year or two. Style the map icons according to rating. There's a lot of cool features we could add for sure. All right, let me just commit what I have so far. Here it is. Here's all the codes. Feel free to go check it out. We've got more work to do. I'm pretty happy with the base app, and I did say we were going to be learning Next.js 13. I think ultimately what we learned were about server components. So it's pretty slick to be able to just have a database query right at the top of a component and not have to split it out into get server side props or anything like that. And then like one thing we're not fixing right now that's actually a bug is we need to have like a serializer that like turns dates into strings. Because right now Next is yelling at us that's like, hey, you're passing a date object. I don't know what to do with that. I mean, I think it's two stringing it by default, but we'll have to fix that. Other than that, I don't think I really learned anything new about Next 13. I don't know. Definitely check out the Git repo. I don't know when I'm going to work on this again. Maybe it'll be tomorrow. Maybe it'll be Thursday. We'll see. Probably more likely Thursday. If you check out the schedule, I will be live again on Wednesday. The plan right now is to be live again on Wednesday for a Q&A stream here. We didn't use the use hook. Are we supposed to? I don't know where I would use that. But check out the schedule for when I go live next. I don't know if I'm going to do this again. Honestly, I think it was fairly successful. Like the fact that there were so many people on Twitch that were on Twitch and then watching on YouTube, it's pretty crazy. I didn't get banned while this happened, so maybe I'll try this again. I don't know. Also, if you're a Twitch sub, definitely join the Discord server, so you can get notified if I do a subs only stream. And I'll see you later in the week. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. Check me out on Twitter. Definitely follow on YouTube if you haven't yet. I think at this point you would be because you're watching me. And definitely check out my mailing list as well. I send out go live notifications. Yeah. When will I play guitar again? I don't know. I played ukulele today. Yeah, thank you, Dean, and thank you for the tips. I realized I was a bit standoffish when you were talking about like refactoring and stuff, but I do appreciate it because I think any opinions that are not my own, I think anyone in the chat can benefit from because I am just but one developer, right? So I do appreciate it. Are we gonna raid? I should we? Let's see. Yeah, I appreciate that, Hugo. Um, well, YouTube technically has, I can do a thing. Actually, I should set that up right now because when the stream is over, it's going to take you, it can take you somewhere. I'm pretty sure I can set that here. I thought I could anyways. Take you somewhere. Yeah, here it is. So, well, is this it? Anywhere? I think I can specify any YouTube video and it will take you there. Yeah, here, a redirect. I'm gonna send you over to here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna send you to a video that I spent a really long time editing, but didn't get a lot of views. And you should check it out because it is it's like classic coding garden, but just edited like I think it was edited down from like a hello friend a 2 or 3 hour stream. I can't just put a URL in. That's really weird. Yeah, I'm gonna raid myself. Why wouldn't I? Why wouldn't I raid myself? Welcome to Coding Garden. I'm CJ. Wait, why can't it find the video? Oh, I can only redirect to another live stream. I see. I see. Never mind then. Never mind. All right, that's it. I will raid over on. So if you're on Twitch, definitely head over. We're gonna raid CM Griffin on Twitch. I'll see you wherever you are in the world. Have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. Hope to see you later in the week, and have a good one.
2008. Good. What's up, Coding Garden? Hey. How you doing?